Hey, Starman 2995, Mew 2606, we had light bulbs, Sweebos, Zamanita, and everyone else. It's been a little while. I was finishing up my last semester at college and turned in my final paper that was due last Friday. And then over the weekend was just like sleeping. So, you know, I was way too exhausted to get anything done. But hey, Dragonborn of Thunder, Narcoleptic Pony Jazz is a hell of a name. How did it all go? Fine, I think. I hope. I don't know. Paper hasn't been graded yet, but I probably did fine on it. Talking about mice. And autism. Well, really Fragile X syndrome. But they're related. What's up? Not much. I wanted to start this at 5, but I was a couple minutes late because, I was taking a bus back home, but the bus was like 10 minutes late. It was a bit of a pain in the ass. Did I mention at some point I was graduating? Yeah. Commencement's next week. When are they going to play a post update? Mage, that's what I want to find out. Because, Relogic said in their state of the game that they were looking at updating parts of the game that were, what was the word they used? Like underutilized or kind of forgotten, or stuff that's kind of been ignored up until now, right? And they showed off some gem staff reworks. I think a sapphire staff and an emerald staff. So I think it's confirmed we're getting gem staff reworks. And I'm not 100% sure what the other changes are, but I mean, if they're reworking gem staffs, maybe they're reworking some other magic stuff. Who knows? But we could get a sense of how Mage is now, and then see how it feels when the new update comes out. See how much it helped. 1 new staff and 2 of the new... Right, yeah, they had that Daybloom staff too, right? The one that like looked like a sunflower. Yeah. Whatever that was. That looked cool. Okay. Watching the B video, and would you one time instead of everything making thin ice glue together pieces of 5... I don't know what you just said. You were rewatching my B video, and you would I one time instead of making everything thin ice just glue together pieces of 5 wool? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're trying to say. Was that, did ChatGPT write that? I don't... That feels like the sort of thing you get when you prompt Gen AI and it just like forgets what it's saying halfway through. Hope this will eventually feed into a general Mage rework in some form? Maybe, I don't know. Okay. Mage. Magical names. Who's a famous wizard? Santa Claus. Santa Claus is a very famous wizard. This guy's kind of Santa core. Santa Claus has got like red cheeks. This guy's kind of sunburnt. Santa Claus, but he spent the afternoon in Florida. As unliked as mana is in the system, it does lead to interesting play with items like celestial cuffs. I do like celestial cuffs and the magic cuffs, yeah. And yeah, man is weird. Man is weird. Have to do dance pad or some whack controls again? Maybe. Maybe we'll see. Your characters up top. Okay, medium world's fine. Santa Claus lives at the South Pole. He used to live at the North Pole, but he got docked, so he had to move. Santa Claus is a saint, not a wizard? No, he's masquerading as a saint. He's not really holy. He's not officially recognized as a saint by the Catholic Church. He inspired you to start playing true Zenith hardcore. Now you're about to beat it? Nice! If you know where he lives, that means I doxed him and he has to move again. South Pole's a big place. Have you read it, The Mountains of Madness? Or listened to my audiobook on The Mountains of Madness? There's a lot of different... There's a lot of space at the South Pole. You've got the McMurdo Sound. You've got the underground caves in Ancient Nameless City where the ancient ones lived until they got driven underground and then got supplanted by their Shoggoths. He could be living down there. Santa Claus could control the Shoggoth. He's got the charisma. He could succeed at his persuasion check. Why not name him Dumbledore? Because he's not stupid. Okay. Do we want to specify corruption or crimson? What are the relevant... Biome chest weapons don't matter. Crimson gets a life drain. Corruption gets cuffs, but you can also craft those with Graveyard and Mana Crystal. The main thing I think we're deciding between is Clinger Staff versus Life Drain. You know what? I want to make Crimson because everyone I talk to always glazes the shit out of the Life Drain. And I don't particularly like the Life Drain. But we can give it a shot and see how it is. I'll go on record. I historically have found the Life Drain to be very underwhelming. But we'll see how it feels. Don't forget to drink water. Got some water next to me. Hey, Ludger. You really like it? One of the only early hard mode rage weapons you like? Yeah, you click and drag a big damaging AoE, which has potential mechanic-wise. It works pretty well. Is the Golden Shower not also kind of great? It's fine. I would describe it as fine. Coast Flames versus Ichor. I mean, Coast Flames are pretty good, right? Okay, but we're a long ways away from that. So, early game, I want to play with gem staffs. So, yeah. Let's make sure to prioritize that. Oh, that was the wrong button. Klinger isn't too flashy. The Klinger staff's just really good. But it's not much of a weapon. To be fair, the Ichor book isn't much of a weapon either. So. Okay. Am I doing... I have to only use magic weapons? Yeah, sure. I'll say until I get an Amethyst Staff or a Wand of Sparking or something, I'm not allowed to attack anything. Just debating stabbing that slime. That's not a magic weapon. That's not a magic... It's classless. It doesn't count. When it makes a wall of fire, the Klinger Staff, yeah. Wouldn't we better do this after the Gem Staff rework is out? Well, that's the idea. I want to have a baseline to compare it to so that when the Gem Staff rework comes out, we know how much better the Gem Staffs are. That's classless? Yeah, it doesn't say a damage type on it, which means it's classless. Here, there's a very easy way to check, which is... classless weapons cannot crit. Oh. Did they change that? It used to be that classless weapons couldn't crit, and that was how you would distinguish them, but... I mean, surely it has to be classless, right? It doesn't specify a damage type. Classless damage can't crit, right? Like, you can't get a crit dynamite or crit bomb. Paper airplanes are ranged. Lawnmower can't crit. Throne water can't crit. Why did that crit? Oh, Purebird. Nice. It's class... No, but it's not... It doesn't have a damage... Did they code acorns to have a damage type? Hold on. How much damage was that? That was a blue slime. That blue slime took 3 damage... 5 damage... What's our... 3... 2... 3... How much defense does a vulture have? No, that wouldn't change anything. Because weapons that use ammo use the ammo type, or the damage type of the The weapon, not... 4 defense, we'll be taking 2 less damage. We'll be taking 4 to 6. Maybe because it's an actual weapon? What other classless weapons are there? Throne Waters? Throne Waters don't. Hey, Sandstorm. That's pretty huge. No torches is mighty unfortunate. Got recall potions though, so that's good. Yeah, there's no way the vultures have 12 defense in Master. We'd be doing 1 damage if that was the case. Yeah, that's very weird. Most classless weapons or classless tools is the first one that's a weapon that you know of. I mean, what about throne? Aren't hang on, we'll come back in a sec. I'm really curious about this. Aren't throne waters? Don't they have an assigned damage? Rev, pixie dust, hollowed seeds, water bottle. I could have sworn. Bottle. Are there bottles? Are there empty bottles? Glass? Sand? Okay, we've got sand. We've got sand. Oh, wait. You don't need a bottle crafted out just by hand. Yeah, so holy water has damage. Can holy water crit? I didn't think holy water could crit. Let me summon an eye. $16, 13, 17, 11, 12, 11, 13, 23, 20, 14, 12, 17, 11, 13, 16, 15, 12. You're like, this can't crit. So why can the acorn slingshot crit? Because classless damage shouldn't be able to crit. That's not... Is it dealing range damage? There's an easy way to check. We can get... Shit, but I don't have it. The acorns count as ranged ammo, but that's not a thing. Like, the flare gun is a classless weapon, deals 2 damage. The flare gun cannot crit. Flares deal range damage, but flare gun can't crit because the damage type is overridden by the weapon. The damage type of the ammo doesn't matter. See? Like, flare gun has ranged ammo, but it still can't crit. It's classless damage. So that wouldn't do anything. If we had frost armor and an acorn slingshot, we could test if it was actually range damage, and it just doesn't say it's range damage. That's my current guess, but I don't have a way to test that. No, we'll put a pin in it for now. We'll hold on to the acorn slingshot, and 6 hours from now, when we get frost armor, we'll test it out. I don't have an acorn slingshot on a journey mode character, so I can't really test that. I only have it on this character. Get range emblem, 15% wouldn't buff the damage. I think I did more than that. We can play around with it in a bit. Maybe once I find some stuff that actually cares about range damage. It's a slingshot. It doesn't have range damage on it. It's not a ranged weapon. It doesn't have crit chance on it either, you'll see. But it can crit, which is very weird. It shouldn't be able to, as far as I know. Hey, life crystal. Oh god. Do we farm gem coins for a diamond staff? I mean, we've got 2 gem coins. We can We can plant them. Sure. Why not? I mean, I want to try the gem staffs, and that's probably the best way to guarantee we can find enough diamonds. It can be a pain in the ass sometimes. It might take a minute, but we can get there. Oh. Blink Food and Bloom over there, that'd be very nice. Looks like fastest way to get there would be here. Get some clay. Nice! And we do have platinum in this world, so we can actually get a diamond staff. Gem staff rework didn't come out yet? Nope. No, I want to compare how gem staffs are now, so that we know how much different they feel when the reworks come out. Let's pick up some clay so we can start farming this blink root. How many seeds did I get? 3. That's actually quite a lot. Was it definitely the acorn that crit and not an arrow from the guide? The guide's arrows do way more than that much damage. And the guide wasn't even nearby, so I don't think it was an arrow from the guide. Hello, Mother Slime. Top 10 mothers I'd like to slime. Ruby's boots. And an eye. Okay. I could see, like, Nickelodeon running a top 10 mothers I'd like to slime countdown. Nickelodeon's got that weird slime kink. Hello, Piranha. Boulder. Boulder's got my back. Oh, I messed up. Okay, so unfortunately, because we save and crit... Is it a marble slime? It is a marble slime. Oh, yo, 2 spelunkers is really good, though. That's 2 rubies here. I'll pick up 1 for king slime. I guess 2. Don't die, because I don't want to lose that. Rubies down here. Very good, but unfortunately... Well, we can get a ruby staff. But it's 8 gems for a ruby staff. Or, sorry, not ruby staff. Rope. The slingshot was originally a weapon without the placing acorn's ability, so it could have been a ranged weapon. Maybe. Maybe they didn't up the tooltip. Let's get a ruby hook. We have enough for either. Ruby hook would be higher value right now. Do I have... I don't have iron. But there's going to be a bunch of chests down here. Let's probably pick up some iron. Let me... You hearing double? Is my mic echoing or something? Oh, we can just walk down. Inner tube. Inner tube can actually be pretty nice for exploring in water, just for juking enemies. Some bombs down here. Down there real quick. Don't see anything on the right. Did we make this in time? Yeah, we make this before the skeleton gets here. Easy. With those platinum bars we have, we definitely have enough to... I feel like I have darkness debuff, but I don't. There's a gem cave to the left. That's pretty good. Spelunkers are so clutch early game. We're gonna get so many life crystals and gems, really skyrocket this. There's blink root to the right. Unfortunately, it's a bit too far to mine to with a copper pickaxe. Kind of sucks, but that's okay. Did I see a life crystal down there? I think I did. It's a big drop. No, no life crystal. Dead man's chest. More rubies means we don't have to actually pick. We can make both gem and robe and hook. 2 dead man's chests. Okay, we still can't attack this guy. Life crystal top right. Let's remember that. We'll leave these chests for now. We'll leave that gem cave for now. And try to get as much value out of the spelunker as we can. So there was mushroom biome to the left. There was a life crystal. Also a gem cave and 2 dead man's chests. I want to pick up this blink root, because blink root can easily be turned into more spelunker potions. Plus it's seeds, which means I can plant it later. Very good. Is that diamond or is that emerald? I can't tell. It's really difficult to tell diamond apart from... It's definitely not sapphire. I'm pretty sure that's not sapphire. Either way, it would be good, because... Oh, wait, no, it's a... Well, actually, if it was sapphire, it would be good. Oh, it is sapphire. I can't tell gems apart from shit. Sapphire is good, though, because we have silver in our world, which means we can actually make a sap out of this. Okay, we don't need long knives, can't use those. What makes it hard to tell what is what? I feel like I can tell anything that isn't sapphire and diamond apart. Like, that's emerald. That's very clearly emerald. That's green. It's just, I can never tell diamond apart from anything else. I'm gonna... Yeah. That's unfortunate. The inner tube kind of screwed me over there. It was a bit slow to hold back down. That's okay, though. We found all the relevant things, so we can just head back down there. No, it's not hardcore. If I was playing hardcore, I don't think I would be able to fully experiment in the way that I would want to. Okay. We're a wizard. So that means we gotta make a wizard's tower. Still no weapon. A little unfortunate. What other blocks do I have? Silt? Okay. And then I need a door. Okay, that's the door. That works. Pretty awesome tower, thank you. Thank you. It's not every day that somebody recognizes my talents. Is the Grey Zapping a post-evil boss? I think so. I don't know if it's post-evil or just post-A boss. It's multiplayer or single. It's just single player. I'm not... Nothing about the announcement I made said it was multiplayer. I just said I was going to do a mage playthrough. You're not the only person to have misunderstood that. I guess it could have been a little bit more clear, but... Avant-garde? I'm not French. I don't know what that means. Is the boulder staff good versus events? We'll find out. I'll let you know when we get there. of crazy though, isn't a jungle mage weapon? Yeah, but you get jungle armor and stuff, so I feel like it's kind of evens out, you know? That's fine. Let's make some places to plant plants up. Oh, I'm out of stone? All my stone's up here. Okay, we're gonna swap some stone for mud so I can make a furnace. Talking hard mode, the nettle burst wasp. Yeah, yeah. Venom staff too, by stretch. It's a chlorophyte upgrade. Mage, no buying weapons besides Thunder Zapper in general. You have Flower of Frost. If you're counting hard mode. It's a nice weapon. Dungeon Shadow chests are severely lacking in summoner gear. Yeah, they didn't add stuff to their loot pools. So a bit underrepresented there. You're not wrong. Let's make some farming spots for clay pots. But now I need one more clay pot. Okay. Now we can fully plant our blink root. It's all coming together. Now we've got a 50-50 gambit on which side of the world is the jungle. What do you guys think? I mean, we've seen desert to the left. It looks to be a pretty sizable desert. That could easily be the underground desert overlapping with a dune. So let's go left. Ideally, we pick up some moon glow tonight, and then we can just put on a torch. Fallen stars too. Right. I'm a mage. I need fucking mana. I need mana, or this is gonna be miserable. Not that it matters. I don't have a weapon right now, but I need to take this off for now. Mana flower and jungle armor. We don't need a mana flower. Jungle armor is... Getting the hat's pretty easy and is really nice for the early game. But for the most part, I just want moon glow so I can get Spelunker potions. That's the main thing I want from the jungle. It's nighttime right now, so they'll be easy to spot. Let's collect some wood. We're running a little low. He's finished a master mode mage skyblock playthrough. Ugh. That sounds... Oh, didn't jump high enough. A little rough. Oh wait, it's night 1, so it's a full moon. So, Deathweed's in bloom. We'll need those for magic power potions. Get a blood rain staff. The crimson rod. It's not super likely, and it's not time sensitive. We can get that whenever. Whereas these other things are time sensitive. We've only got 90 seconds left in the night. We really want to try to squeeze out as much as we can. We haven't found the ice biome yet. Yeah, it's jungle. Okay. We're really looking out for moon glow. Ignore everything else. We don't have long before daytime. This is unfortunate. Was there a moon glow? There's a moon glow. Okay, 2 moon glow, 2 seeds. That's a good haul. See if we can grab some more. Do we prioritize fallen stars or jungle armor? We can go back to the jungle whenever. Let's prioritize fallen stars. Plus, you know, more moon glow's good. Use an auto clicker and spam holy water. For what exactly? You can just hold down the button. You don't need an auto clicker. Okay, well, we're most of the way to the ocean, so let's just go to the ocean. Ta-da! No, thought it might have been a enchanted sword shrine. That looks suspiciously enchanted sword shrine-like, but no. Okay, let's pick up some Corval. No chests? No chests. No chests. Enchanted sword is very useful for this playthrough. Yeah, it'd be a real godsend. You're right on that one. Put down a bottle, some potion ingredients. Okay, we got 22 stars, so that's 4 pieces of max mana. We've got 10 sapphires, so that will be enough. 76 cobwebs is not enough for an robe because it's 20 silk. 7 per is 140, so we need a bit more cobweb. Okay. Potion ingredients. Just making ores and bars. 11 platinum. Sapphire. Ruby. Ruby's not super high value. Let's see these live crystals. Platinum. Silver seeds and bottles and stuff in here. Keep the bottles with us so we can fill them up. Actually, let me go ahead and fill these bottles up now. There's some water to the left. We have all the stuff we need to make Spelunker potions right now. And we can make 3. Go farm demons? I'm good. I'm good. Yo, look at that scorpion. Check that guy out. Oh, also. Star in a bottle. Let's not forget that one. Is Rushing Underground Desert a strat for the Zapper and Amber? It's a strat. It's not the strat we're going to use, but it's a strat. A person could do that. That person's not me, but... Hello, Vulture. He can't get in here. 2 Spelunkers. Still, that's, with this one, that's 3 Spelunkers. Really good. Take these. I need to put some chairs down. That's such terrible luck with the Zapper, you're able to craft the Amber Staff instead. Well, remember, the Thunder Zapper only generates in the bottom 3/7 of the Underground Desert. That means that if you are only checking the top parts of the Underground Desert, you are only going to find the Ancient Chisel, Magic Conch, Snake Charmer's Flute, and Dune Rider Boots. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, Meteor Armor should be pretty good now. That's definitely a pretty good strat. We'll leave these be for now. Make sure we pick up more clay pots to farm more herbs. Acorns, that's fine. Out trap. Yeah, okay. Back underground. So we saw 2 Dead Man's Chests. We saw a gem cave. I should take these things with me. Vulture, I need you to leave me alone for a sec. Come up here. There we go. I want to take... Is it... I want to take 8 sapphires and 15 rubies so I can make a hook. And I want this furnace too. Yeah. That way we can craft a staff. We're not looking for a wand of sparking? No, we've already got most of the stuff we need to craft a sapphire stuff, so why not just do that? And make sure we pick up these cobwebs, because we want to... We need iron, we need sapphire, silver, And with those two things, we're more or less fine. This looks like enough iron. I don't have gel because I haven't been able to kill a slime. So 15 plus 3, we need... it's 3 per, so 8. We need 24 iron to make everything. That's 24. And then, I don't remember how much silver it is. Maybe 10 bars for a staff? It's the same for all the gem staffs, I just don't remember how much that is. But 10 would be 40 silver. Frost armor does apply to the acorn slingshot. Okay, if frost armor applies to the acorn slingshot, that means the tooltip is wrong and it does deal ranged damage. So I guess that's just a bug. Did the new Mage update drop? No. No, I want to play this so I know... have a good comparison for what Mage feels like. So when the update comes out, we can tell how much different Mage is, right? Because they can buff gem staffs all they want, but be honest with me. When was the last time you used a gem staff? Would you know how different a buffed gem staff feels compared to the regular gem staff? Because I wouldn't. There's a Mage update coming. They teased some reworks to gem staffs for the upcoming update. They showed sapphire and emerald. I think you can check the state of the game. They showed some other weapon too. It was like a little burst weapon, I think. But yeah, you can check the state of the game and see the teasers for those. 10 bars. Okay, well we just got 10, so we're good. Did I see a slime above me? Yeah, I did. I don't think he gets here. He gets here. Okay. One more jump. And he's gone. Don't come here, pets. Don't come here. Okay, we're good. Oh no, he's not gone. But he can't get up here. We're good. 8. 10. Need to make a new workbench. Need anvil. 1 chain. Make a ruby hook. Sapphire staff. We now have a weapon. Increase mana cost, more speed, more knockback, whatever. Make a sawmill. Get rid of you. Put down sawmill. Make a loom. And we now have enough cobwebs that when we go to that gem cave down there, we can make a ruby. Oh. I guess I used my double jump very early. What must have happened is I pressed my double jump, immediately got hit by the Shelly, and that knocked me off. I tried to double jump at the bottom there to cancel fall damage, but it didn't work because I had already used it. Oh, actually, I can drop off some of this stuff while I'm here. Make some inventory space. We don't need sawmill anymore. Don't need furnace. Slap down the chandelier. Got a DM from somebody thinking that was a multiplayer world. We don't need this. We can... These potion ingredients away, glowing mushrooms, some ore in here. This can go on blocks. We do want to keep the loom. The mushroom can go in here. This can just go in here for now. Whatever. Throw you in here. Okay. Okay. This is about the gem staff I remember. Slow projectile velocity just feels way worse than just making a silver bow. The damage itself isn't bad if you're landing your shots on slimes. So I guess that's something. the main thing that I remember about gemstaffs is their damage isn't terrible, but trying to land your shots, especially with low max mana, is pretty bad. The high tier ones like diamond are kind of okay, but especially the mid tier ones are really, really rough. Would I put iron ore in potion ingredients or ores? Both. Why do I have to choose? Homing would be great on these. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you fucking throw homing on a weapon, it'll be good. You're right on that one. That would definitely alleviate a lot of the pain points around gemstaffs if they just homed in. You're not wrong. I don't remember seeing homing in the reworks, but it did seem like the gem staff and sapphire staff had different abilities, so who knows. Make the ruby one ignite? A fire debuff? Problem is, fire debuff's kind of bad. I really like the hit scan gem staffs that we made for Terrasouls. One of the gem staffs acted like a magic missile, if you recall correctly. I don't think that... Look, guys, I can show you the state of the game right now. I am pretty confident they did not show a magic missile gem staff. Age could not be loaded. Are the Terraria forums down right now? Are we... Hold on. I think the Terraria forums might be down right now, so... They aren't down, you'll check right now. I'm trying to open it, it's not working. Oh wait, no, I guess I just had to turn on JavaScript. Normally I don't have to do that. Okay. State of the game for April. Let's see. This is quite big. Okay. So they showed this little guy. They said they've been adding some new tools to handle frustrations in combat, giving some less popular items fresh new life, which I think is talking about the gem staffs, and adding new items for niche playstyles. That's what they said exactly. Yeah, and they had this like Daybloom weapon, which was kind of like a burst thing. It looks like you're holding a sunflower. And then were the gem staffs in the state of the game from the month before? Maybe. Let's state of the game from March, I think, is the one that showed the gem staffs. Right. So yeah, this is what they showed. They have this, which looks like a really high velocity projectile that's like sitting there for a sec. And then that. That does not look like a magic missile. If that looks like a magic missile to you, go look at a magic missile again. So yeah, that's... Emerald Staff looked like a magic missile, but didn't act like it. That's fair. Yeah, the actual projectile itself does kind of have like the star thing that the magic missile has. I could see that. It's the world's worst Onyx Blaster. I feel like it's more of a clockwork assault rifle. It looked more like a bunch of shots in rapid succession than a bunch of ones in a scatter shot. Wizard Hat gives +1 minions in game, but Wiki doesn't say it. It probably just wasn't updated. It would have been a recent change. It used to only do that in the Celebration Mark 10 seed, and then I think they brought that as a global behavior, right? The update was, you know, relatively recent. It's only a couple months old. Probably a couple things just slipped through the cracks. Okay, now we take a loom. We make 20 silk. Make a robe. Make a ruby robe. Hey, now we have max mana. 160. Also very Santa Claus core, so that's nice. You're in celebration? Okay, yeah, that would be why then. Okay. There's definitely a little bit of bias from the fact that I do have good aim. Sapphire Staff handles a bat. Okay. And these background gem walls be shimmered, or they just break without dropping? I think they just break without dropping. I think only the player ones drop as an item when you break them. I don't think this will kill me. Yeah. Band of Regen's good. We can turn that into a mana regeneration band, which I think is just a bad item. But we need it for magic cuffs, right? I think. You start playing an I Am Arrow role? I Am Arrow just doesn't seem fun. I'll be honest. Okay, where did I die? It's down there. Mother Slime's got my money. Need to go ask Mom for my allowance. Planetoid is the most fun seed combination? That's not a seed combination. That's just a seed. Arrow plus 2 easy is horrible. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Mother Slime didn't take my money. Damn, I was hoping it would go the other direction. What is my favorite? Vanity piece for the head slot? I'm a big fan of jiggle physics in game. Doesn't matter what the game is. So I really like the slime head and the Queen Slime mask. Am I playing on no traps? No. No, if this was no traps, that'd be way more traps. You literally can't walk like 5 blocks in no traps without running into one. Okay, flip one. Okay, and then we had another chest and a life crystal up to the left. And then after that, we'll drink the Spelunker potion. Blinkroot seeds. Let's put these in vanity slots. TV1 is nice. It does look cool, yeah. Break this? Yeah, it's just no inventory space. Okay. Wood arrows are useless. Keep streaming for another like 9 hours. You can watch me at my dentist appointment. Did they let you watch YouTube at your dentist appointment? Does your dentist let you just watch whatever you want? This one's not a dead man's chest. It's just a chest. How would... But you're like strapped down to a chair. How do they... How does that work? You know, I think we're good with regular underground. I don't think we need to explore regular underground anymore. Let's go to a different biome. Gotta watch nature videos on a ceiling? Yeah, yeah, I have that, but instead of nature videos, they just show, like... They would play, like, country music, and then just say what the song is. Use the remote? Yeah, let me sign into YouTube, yeah. Your dentist straps you down? Shit, man, I got some intense dentist work, you know? I'm a rambunctious fella. If they don't tie me down, I might just start jumping around when they're in the middle of looking at my teeth. You gotta... It's a necessary evil. Okay, Celestial Magnet? Lucky Horseshoe? We did technically die to fall damage once, so Lucky Horseshoe has some value. Your dentist puts on home improvement shows? Is my house mouse-shaped? It's a wizard's tower. It's every wizard has a source of power, and that's reflected in their tower. Why does the wizard's tower have a tail? He's a furry. No, I don't want to. Wizard furries need recognition and love? I don't know about that one. All wizards need to burn in hell where they belong. You know who's a wizard? The guide. You think he's shooting a bow, but he's actually casting arrow. Damn, no door. Star Fury. Hello. I did not think there was a projectile coming from the right. I did not see that. Thought I could run through there. Mild inconvenience. Aren't I a wizard? Yeah, and I sin every day. Going straight to hell. You know someone that got banned from a Terraria server because he got the giant Harpy Feather in pre-hardware and the mods all thought he cheated. Goodbye 28 gold? No, it's... There's still some of it, though. Harpy should persist. We'll get it whenever. Besides, 28 gold's not that much. If I cared about it, I would have kept it somewhere safe. More blinker. Craft another spelunker. Okay, let's put down some more chests. Like a furniture chest. I got some internalized wizard phobia to work through. No, it's not internalized. I'm very external about it. Can't stand those guys. Back when I was in elementary school, I knew a guy who we made a bet one day at lunch, and if he lost the bet, he would owe me a quarter, but with interest, it would double how much he would owe me each day, and he never paid me that quarter. And the guy dressed as a wizard during Halloween once. So I really feel like wizards have personally offended me. That's probably worth quite a lot of money now. But he never paid it. He's a rat bastard. Just like all wizards. I don't need Star Fury. Can I make a building tutorial someday? I did. I actually have a building tutorial. It's called How to Build like a Terraria Pro or something. It's got a lot of good tips in it. Yeah, this is fine. Let's go jungle. Take the anvil with me. This acorn slingshot away. Match mirror is good to have. Put you away. This is fine. The tutorial where you shoot a Cativa? Dude, I'd love to shoot a Cativa. I've never really been hunting, but if, when is Cativa hunting season? When can you get a permit for that? Because I'd like to go. They're endangered. There's no hunting season for them. There's no official hunting season, but I'm sure there's a season where it's best to hunt them. Post-rabbit season, pre-duck season. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if it's... Okay, interesting. So the bottom-most noise accessory is the one that has priority. So I guess they're maybe checked top to bottom, and the one on the bottom, it's just whichever one it sees last. I think boots work in a similar way, or used to. If you had like multiple pairs of boots equipped. Same way vanity accessories usually work? Okay. I never really equip multiple. I just use vanity slots as... storage space. Okay. I want this inner tube gone. I'm sick of it, and I have a flipper at this point. You can check it with your flipper and Hermes. But I've got a rope. Looked like there was maybe a way down over there. Do I have rope? Make rope. Damn. I cannot make rope. Oh, right. Grabbing a rope does not reset your double jump. Great rope. Only good thing about the herd accessory is they sell for 1 gold. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the herd accessories. I don't really like that they clog up chest loot. They usually just fill up my inventory and say sell for 1 gold. I'm not the biggest fan of them because it usually throws me off. Hearing a different hurt sound, I don't recognize that I'm in danger. Okay. I had shine potions. I should have taken those. That's fine. I might get some out of this wooden chest. Hey, 2 wooden chests. No shine, but we did get an herb bag. That's nice. Radar. There's a shine potion. Cowbell? Oh. We've got mining, so that's good. Another chest. Got to plant fiber cordage. Nothing great so far. Okay. We are here for life crystals, primarily. But any other loot we can find. Unfortunately, I don't think the Nature's Gift shows up on Spelunker potions. So I am blind. I am blind. I was looking at chat and didn't think there'd be a boulder that close to the ground. You don't understand why a lot of cosmetic items in the game come in the form of loot or accessories. You know, we talked about how late the lizard egg is obtained. Yeah, I wish... Well, actually, no. You can get the lizard egg very early. Boxaina de Dragon. Keep in mind that the jungle temple is the only biome in the game in which you can spawn hard mode enemies in pre-hard mode. If you hoik into the jungle temple, you are able to farm lizards before entering hard mode. So you could get it very early on, if you really wanted it. Star statue out of here. I have an accessories. Let's make one. Oh, they don't spawn at all in pre-hard mode? No, no, they spawn. Hey, Arcane Radar. It's more max mana. It's not bad. Is there something wrong with this house? I don't have money. That's why. Merchant can't move in because I'm not carrying any money. Let's finish up this house so we can get some more NPCs moved in. You would argue that there's something wrong. No one likes an argumentative person, Nud. Sometimes it's better to live and let live. Now look, it's not ice cream. Kind of looks like it's not a s'more. It's not a s'more. This is very serious. This is the source of Santa Claus's power. This is Santa Claus's pet mouse, Snickerdoodle, who lives at the North Pole. He's currently keeping watch over the place to kill anyone who comes to try to fight Santa Claus after he got doxxed. He's got a big bushy beard, just like Santa Claus. And he's known throughout the world to all of mouse kind as a bringer of pain and suffering. Christmas is a much darker holiday for mice. He's a predator, so he's got horizontal eyes. Nah, it looks bad. He's got target eyes, because he's looking straight at you. Nah, he's just got tiny eyes. Kind of little pinhole eyes. Okay, yeah, we don't need these anymore. Oh, we got a water sparking. It only uses 1 mana. So I guess that's something. Put it at vertical eyes. Anyone have a picture of Jeffrey Epstein? Well, what orientation do his eyes have? I think they're horizontal, right? He's got X eyes. Yeah, you're not talking about that one. You got all fucked up lizard eyes. Wearing a gem robe increase the chances of Tim spawning? Correct. If you have a gem robe, not mystic robe, only gem. Tim's spawn rate is increased from like 1 in 200 to 1 in 50 or something. Hey, another water sparking. Had we picked this up earlier, it actually would have, wouldn't have really done anything, but we would have had it earlier. Whereas the ice biome would be on the right side of the world, because the jungle's on the left, and they are on opposite side of the world unless you're in a drunk seed. Yeah, but right now I'm looking for life crystals. Jungle's the best place to do that. We could also fight the Eye of Cthulhu. I just haven't. We have the stuff from Mana Regen, Stay Bloom. Yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll fight the Eye of Cthulhu tonight. The Sapphire Staff should be fine. Hopefully. Pick up some life crystals. We should have the materials to make potions, so I think we'll be okay. Ice the same side as dungeon? Yep, in any non-secret seed. Secret seeds mess with that a little bit. Frozen jungle? Yeah, like southern Brazil. Because it gets near the South Pole. Thought I'm farming jungle armor? Oh, God, no. No, no. Farming jungle armor? God, no. Farming? In my Terraria? Friendly boulder my ass. Nah, fuck this guy. It does indeed snow very rarely in South Brazil, but you have no jungle. Nah, I'm not talking about the current boundaries of Brazil. I'm talking old Brazil. Back when the ancient ones walked the earth. It's a shadow of what it once was. Okay, he just decided he could get up here this time? He couldn't do that before. Hello. I'm blind. I think I'm genuinely blind. I need to see an eye doctor. 4 minutes on Spelunker. It'd be real unfortunate for that Spelunker to wear off. That will be okay. Jungle hat's pretty easy to craft, so we should pick up some spores. We had a lot of ivy chests on the right side of the jungle. So we'll potentially go back to pick those up. Some Minecraft tracks. Hey, another Spelunker potion. Bunch of gold down there. Not bad, but not great either. Should keep one life crystal handy for... Hey! Teleportation potion. That's good. Imagine getting shoved in a hole for decades, and when some rando is too busy looking at chat, bumps into the fresh plate, which makes you fall and hit the ground and blames you for it. If I got stuck in a hole for decades, I would die. That's not... You don't live through that. Hey, a broomstick. Wizards need those. I cast the magical silver bullet in your general direction. Hey, turtle and mouse. That was a big detonator. Why would I have to platinum? That would be nice to explode. Come on. I'd really like to explode it without dying myself. Okay. I don't need to pick it up. I need inventory space for that. Okay. Shark statue. Good find. And life crystal down there. That's the one I would need for Heart Lantern to fight the Eye of Cthulhu tonight. So let's grab that and then head back because our spunk is about to wear off. Try and get that mount. I love mounts. I love riding things. Except roller coasters. I don't like roller coasters. I don't like how they feel. Now the merchant shows up. Yeah, I do. No, I don't like roller coasters. I don't like the feeling of being in a roller coaster. I don't like the way my body moves. I don't like moving at high speeds. Or most amusement park rides, honestly. I'm not the biggest fan. Just close your eyes. But I want to see. We don't need a third layer. We'll be fine. Okay. Let's see. I wanted... I took my anvil with me. Need to put it back down. Chain, Heart Lantern, Jungle Hat. Like a platinum watch. Why not? They function from vanity slots, if you did not know that. That was a recent change. Potion ingredients. We want regen. I don't have mana regen. That's fine. We have merchant. We can buy lesser manas. Okay. Put on B-Mine coat. Hello. You're not supposed to be in here. What am I missing? Did I use on my moon glow? I must have used on my moon glow. I should have picked some more up. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't have iron ore. That is mighty unfortunate. No iron skin potion for me. That's okay. Grab a thorns potion. Helps to alleviate that. Drop you in here. Food buff. No food buff. That's okay. This is a travesty, but I'm gonna drink a random teleportation potion just to despawn all the... Actually, no, I can just run to the side because they can't follow me. Where is... my suspicious looking eyes? Go down here. Okay. Where's my wizard cat? Santa Claus doesn't have a cap. That is not a canonical Santa ability. Okay. And back we go. They did not despawn. Alright then. Mild inconvenience. Maybe that'll be good. Maybe they'll let me recover mana from them. No piercing hurts. Definitely. I have Wand of Sparking. Honestly, maybe I use Wand of Sparking just for the mana efficiency. Because I don't really have great mana recovery, and this will eat through the minions that he summons. And has a little crowd control for dealing with the dripplers and stuff. Diamond Staff. Pierce. I don't have a Diamond Staff. I've got a couple diamond gem coins planted underground, but they haven't matured. They have borne no fruit as of yet. I think it's unfortunate, but from what I remember, basically any staff below Emerald really kind of just like isn't usable for fighting bosses under the expectation of it performing remotely okay. Because it's really slow projectile velocity. Like, it's so easy to whiff shots on the Eye of Cthulhu here if you're any amount of distance away. Okay, let's clear out these ads, especially the Drippler. Dripplers hit really hard. Wand of Sparking should be good here. He's got low defense and it attacks pretty quickly, plus piercing. I think I just use Wand of Sparking, honestly. I mean, Wand of Sparking is better than my Gem Staff. I'd like to dual wield them, but it's just bad. It's 4 less damage, twice as much crit chance, and it's much faster. It's just much better than the Sapphire Staff in basically every way. It's got piercing, it's got a debuff. Why would I? It takes 1/6 as much mana. Now, I can't hit from further distance. That's nice. Yeah, like hitting the eye, it's so easy to miss him. Yeah, these Blood Moon mobs are being a little bit annoying. You know, I can track him and I can hit him. It's unfortunate. I'm out of mana now. Pro tip, just drink like all of your lesser mana potions at once. I did not use any of my buffs. Let me fix that. I have like no HP recovery right now. Campfire for the min-max. Campfire for the, I don't want to die. Yeah, dude, there's no dent in my mana. I could be doing this with 20 max mana with a Wand of Sparking and be perfectly fine. Wand of Sparking is just goated. And he's dead. 58 damage Wand of Sparking hit, by the way. Wonder if Wand of Frosting is even worth the effort if Wand of Sparking works as well. I think Wand of Frosting is 1 more base damage and applies Frostburn. It's not bad. If you're using a Wand of Sparking, I think it's worth going out of the way for. Like this is good. This is good performance. I'd fight a Goblet Invasion with this. I'd fight the Eater of Worlds with this. I'd fight the Brain of Cthulhu with this. Sapphire Staff? This sucks. This is awful. Look at this. It's barely keeping up with 1 Demon Eye. And I've blown through like half of my mana. Do a slash boss damage? For what? The breakdown on the traps and debuffs? Sure, it did 9% damage. Sapphire Staff is worse than Tin Sword? Yeah, and remember, this is the... There are 2 gem staffs unequivocally worse than this one. So, whatever they're doing to the Sapphire Staff, if it's better than this, they've done very well. Because it's so bad right now. Amethyst Staff is worse than Flare Gun? Potentially, yeah. It's so slow. And there are still some people who think the Wand of Sparking is like a bad weapon, like a meme weapon. The Wand of Sparking is really good. Honestly, like basically all of the meme weapons, except for the broken wooden hammer and the lawnmower, are genuinely like actually pretty good. The Flare Gun has infinite piercing, and with the Cursed Inferno debuff late game, it actually can put out some respectable damage. It does not take that long to kill a Wyvern with Cursed Flares. The Wand of Sparking is honestly kind of just cracked. This is really good. This is just unequivocally good. Let's kill these, because there's a small chance they could drop like a Shout-Tooth necklace or something. Which should not be bad. They're just so bad in comparison. Nah, no shark tooth. Wand used to be like 4 damage. It used to be 8 damage. Aren't you quick sacking? I am. I just don't have stuff in my chests. I have not put items in my chest to quick stack to yet, so. Let's get you out of here. I wish I had more stuff to sell for money. It says melee on it. Can't use that. Nice base, thank you. Okay. Tin. What do we do next? Find Cthulhu? Meteor armor? Do we try to get a diamond staff? Let's check on our gem coins. See how the diamond farming is going. Yeah, so I think my gut instinct would just be to go kill the Brain of Cthulhu with a Wand of Sprouting, because I'm sure the Wand of Sprouting can handle that. Maybe we upgrade the Wand of Sprouting to Wand of Frosting to see how worth it is. Yeah. Something to do. Leftmost diamond tree can't grow and needs an extra block to the left? Okay. I don't know why Smart Coast let me put it down, but... you would for it. We need 8 diamonds. So if we got 1 diamond from each of these trees... maybe we plant 1 more gem corn. Maybe... do we get a bed? To... we'll think about it. Okay. Got random teleport potions. Those are really good. Got lesser manas. Get diamond staff, then rush Brain of Cthulhu to get Meteorite. I mean... I'm pretty sure I could just kill Skeletron with a Wand of Sprouting. I don't want to rush because I want to actually get a sense for how these items are, right? Because we want to be able to compare how different they are when they get changed. So, right now I think I've pretty comfortably established that the Sapphire staff is awful. But the higher tier gem staffs can be pretty okay. Yeah, we can go get the Thunder Zapper. That's not bad. I think Wand of Sparking first. Or Wand of Frosting, rather. You don't make the Wand of Frosting much. It's, what, 99 ice torches, which is 33 ice? Let's explore the rest of the surface. Oh, and let's make this into an actual house. This room is too big. The fuck kind of complaint is that? Sorry, waiter, my soup is too juicy. There's too much delicious nourishment in my soup. My steak, too flavorful. It's got too many vegetables in it. You don't want to live up here? Inside Snickerdoodle? Yeah, okay. I see how it is. Your family doesn't love you. Ungrateful bastard. Happy now? Missing a wall. What a... it's called a patio. It's not missing a wall. You good? You already didn't even say anything. Ungrateful bastard. Okay, let's get a Wand of Frosting. Feel like huge space. Have you ever seen somebody looking at a house and gone, you know what? This square footage in my room is too high. There are too many square feet in my apartment for what I'm paying. Give me fewer square feet. Gets broken wand. Don't worry, we have 2 wands of sparking, so we can just craft it again. Free house is free mouse. You wish the marble biomes and the constant showed up in normal seeds and they were less likely. They were really cool. The surface ones? Am I a fan of the mana flower? No. I like magic cuffs. Really would like it if the mage has a weapon like a sniper rifle. I mean, you've got, I suppose your closest analog is maybe Boulder Staff? Yeah, see, you guys didn't believe me. You thought my money was gonna be gone. We got plenty of cash. We'll be okay. It was magic missile until it became a rocket launcher. How did I find that Sky Island? Well, 1, I had been there previously. I died and dropped 28 gold there. 2, there's bits of water down there. That's because this water here gets cut off during world gen. And then it flowed down here. And then it flowed down here. And then it flowed down here. And then it went down here. And then it went down here. And it all settled right here. If you ever see small pools of water like that, it's usually because of water getting cut off from the top of a floating island. You'll notice it wasn't on this side, and that's because it didn't get cut off over here. That's why there were no pools of water here. Okay, well, that's enough. We only need 33. Buy a bunch of torches. If you didn't know about this one, you can upgrade the Wand of Sparking to a Wand of Frosting with 99 ice torches. We need a workbench? No. It does 1 more base damage. And has a frost attack. Get rid of the extra one. You want to get stone and skyblock? Yes, stone slimes. Go underground. You'll find stone slimes. Is it not worth swapping back and forth for dot stacking? No. Keep in mind, this weapon has a higher attack speed. Why would I swap to a weapon with a lower attack speed just to do a 4 DPS debuff? It's not worth it. I lose more damage just by having to deal with swapping weapons. Dots don't do much damage. What kind of potion's gonna make? Night Owl? Night Owl is good. Okay, let's spin the roulette wheel. Who likes gambling? Hey kids, you ever bought a loot box? This is the Terraria equivalent of loot boxes. I've already been here. Hey, life crystal. We get a blizzard in a bottle. Okay, we've won big at our gambling. Hang on. Before I die. Legendary loot box. I'm the guy they show in the commercial, winning big to make you think you actually have a chance to win. Cat chime. I don't think I've seen that one before. Okay, it's not the noise Kativa makes, so that's fine. Can't believe I made a ruby hook and then a sapphire staff. How am I gonna get gold? I don't. There's platinum in this world. What am I gonna do with 25 rubies if I can't get gold? Extractinate for 20 minutes? Mine for the shimmer for 20 minutes instead of making a sapphire staff? Shit, I'm pretty sure I still have enough ruby to make a ruby staff if I really wanted to, but shimmer plat? I don't want to have to find the shimmer. I'd rather just make a diamond staff. We have diamonds growing. It'll take less time for my gem coins to pay out than trying to find the shimmer. Another star statue. It's good. Can come in handy doing the moons and stuff for the mana intensive weapon. Let's get some topaz so we can make a magic luminescence. Why not riding minecart? I don't like riding things. Three life crystals. Okay, we need 5. Is there a particular reason for the mage playthrough? Yes, because gem staffs are going to be buffed soon. We don't know exactly what's in store. We don't know what... We saw different AI. They seem to be changing some behavior for at least some of the gem staffs. Sapphire and Emerald looked like they had new effects. We don't know if they're coming alongside stat changes, recipe changes. We don't really know. But I want to get the feel for how gem staffs are now, so that when they do get reworked, we can compare and see how things are. Also, just see if there's anything else that feels like bad about Mage. Is it just the early game? Is there other things about Mage that feel bad? Lots of life crystals here. This is why Spelunker potions are really good, by the way. I would never have found these 3 life crystals without them. You know, by the end of day 1, I was able to craft a bunch of Spelunkers, and we've just been coasting off of them. They're really good. Sapphire Staff seemed to be doing less damage per projectile, but did more damage with both projectiles. Okay, so like a double shot kind of thing. Doesn't sound that good. Like, what's the difference between firing 2 projectiles and firing 1 projectile? Well, if you fire 2 projectiles for half as much damage, you're overall doing less damage because defense applies twice. Maybe there's something else going on with it, but that doesn't sound... Honestly, that sounds worse than a Sapphire Staff. It's the piercing. Did it have piercing? If it has piercing, that's better. Which Wand of Sparking comparable to with other weapons in other classes in Undertaker? No, Wand of Sparking doesn't compare to Undertaker. It's more like low tier. The problem is the Wand of Sparking is hard to compare because it doesn't have knockback, and that's really unfortunate and really diminishes its ability. It had piercing? I don't remember seeing it with piercing. Oh, maybe they're saying, like, if you kill with 1 projectile, then the other one would technically pierce through. Maybe that's what they were getting at. Yeah, that would make sense. How are my gem coins looking? Okay, let's... Maybe go to the Underground Desert. Spelunkers are super important in Underground Desert. Yeah. And I wanted to make a magic luminescence. Is that armored? No. The bandit region was armored. That counts as piercing, that shotguns are piercing weapons. So why Mini Shark doesn't scale as well into Hubner as the other ranger weapons? The defense? Yeah. Firing 2 shots is nice because one of those shots will kill an Eye of Cthulhu. So that's true. Yeah. We can just go down the pyramid. Add more guns that deal or scale off of magic damage. Getting dig toys to start a elevator? I guess. Not a huge dig toys fan, but sure. Pyramids are nice to let you scope out a huge part of the underground desert quickly. You'd argue that the ocean is a soup? Maybe Gemstaff will get a significant buff if wearing a matching robe. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, because right now there's not really any reason to ever make the low tier robes. Right? Like the amethyst robe just sucks. There's no reason to ever not use a ruby robe or a diamond robe. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, especially if each one of the staffs had an ability, like they were showing off the sapphire one and the emerald one. I would really like with the gem staff rework to see something that makes it so that there isn't just the best staff and then there's no reason for the other stuff to exist. Yo, ancient chisel. Right, that would be pretty cool. Amethyst robe for swag in a no defense playthrough. Did we do that in the no defense playthrough? I don't remember. I know we made wood pants. What are they called? Greaves? Yeah, there's a lot of potential with the gem staff rework. I hope they do something interesting with it and not just end up in the situation where it just goes, okay, well, you have all these gem staffs, all of them suck, you just make a diamond staff, right? That's the one thing that I really don't want to see. Purple is the most royal. I don't know, I think brown is kind of royal. This gives off those vibes, you know? Hope another Phase Blade tier rework? It would be pretty cool. That's the other thing I would get here, conch. We do want mandibles, so we should... Yeah, those are dig toys. That's not a conch. Again, spelunker potions. I would not be finding all these chests without spelunkers. Yeah, we can try the thunder zapper. We found an extractinator. I think the diamond staff should get homing. That'd be a pretty strong weapon. Diamond staff, like, the diamond staff right now is a pretty good weapon. Like, stat-wise, it's not bad. It's just kind of difficult to get. And has some inconveniences. But, like, you add homing to that, that'd be a really strong weapon. Yeah, so this is where the lack of knockback on the Wand of Sparking really hurts. Because it can't deal with stuff like this. Even a tiny bit of knockback would be enough, but Wand of Sparking can't do that. I don't want to mine fossil, no. We don't need to get an amber staff. Like, the amber staff is functionally almost identical to the ruby staff. And we're getting a diamond staff, which is better than both, so. Zapper is good projectile speed? Yeah. It's really nice. We need to go down a bit before we can get Zapper. Dig toys start doing that. We're gonna kill these guys for mandibles. Dig toys. Yeah, I've heard Bat Scepter's quite good. We had tried it at one point. Another chisel. Have you ever used the Resonant Scepter? No. Actually, that's not true. I've used it briefly in True Zenith Worlds where the princess dropped it, I think. Once? No, I want to open the chest. Hey, there's a conch. Okay, now we want to go down so we can pick up a Thunder Zapper. Ideally. So let's go to Dig Toys. I'm used to fighting these guys with something that gives knockback. I want to pick up mandibles just so we have it for later. Chest. Mage doesn't drop Scepter in pre-hard mode? Yeah, but in True Zenith, the game starts in hard mode, so she drops it. Am I doing this during my finals week? No, finals week was last week. Yeah, Dig Toys gets through desert pretty quickly. Thing is, you don't usually want to go down in the desert that much, so it's not that great, because most of the good loot is at the top of the desert, but he goes pretty quickly. Not a huge fan of Thunder Zapper, low range and high mana cost. Well, they reduced the mana cost a bit. But, yeah, it definitely can be pretty mana intensive with a high rate of fire. Was that a chest or was that... No. Yeah, I'd really like to find... How did that not hit me? What? Did you guys see that? Wasn't I inside of that antlion's, like, butt? Canvas was only really out for around 12 hours. Okay, Canvas was only out for around 12 hours, but it was 12 hours, like, when I had a paper due the next day, and was actively working on it. We need to go deeper still? Okay. This hunter is better saved. We need to hurry. We're actually running a bit low on time on our Spelunker buff. Surely this is deep enough. There was a chest that we passed up here. Let's mark the height of it. It's to the left. Here. Chest down there. Wraith statues here. Did I get water walking? I don't think I did. Okay, we are deep enough now, so that's good. Deep, but we're really running out of time. I can get to Dig Toys before I time out. Gotta get back to Dig Toys immediately. Be careful not to trigger those. Show me something. Nothing. Show me something? Chest bottom left. There's one here. Damn it, that's a storm spear. I thought it was a thunder zapper. We might be going thunder zap for this. The thunder zapper dream is dead. I really thought for a second. I really thought. Okay, we can... One thing you can do with Digtoise, which is really nice, is he generates light. So you can kind of do incredibly low-budget Star Fury. However, trying to actually find a chest like this kind of sucks. So I don't... Yeah. Never mind. Finding a chest like this, incredibly easy, actually. Barely an inconvenience. Anyway, guys, make sure you have Digtoise with you. He's a great way to check inside of walls for treasure. Don't leave home without it. Easy. Digtoise has Sorbet. It's demonic too? Okay. 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 Good weapons? In my mage playthrough? Sure. Forgot the other chests? It's fine. It's not going to have anything super good in it. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to sell the encumbering stone. We can sell the storm spear, ice blade, trident, snake charmer's flute. I kind of like the snake charmer's flute. We'll keep one. Is that a Power World thing? No, this is from the Dead Cells crossover. You don't remember Digtoise from Dead Cells? Oh, you know what they should do? In hard mode. So, they should make it so you can upgrade Digtoise and make him Big Toise. And he's just 4 blocks wide instead of 3. He's the same speed, but he's bigger. And you can mine hard mode ores too? Yeah, sure, why not? But mostly the bigger part. We can extract in a few fossils, make it a diamond. But he still won't break evil blocks, because those are scary yet. Did I have silt? Oh, I do have silt. Hang on, does this work, or did I hallucinate this? I might be having a fever dream. Come on, I'm putting the silt into the extractinator. It's going inside of it. That's it went in. We got 1 emerald out of it. Alright, craft from nearby chests. What kind of blocks can we make? Office? Sure. Um, mushroom beam? What even is an office block? Have you seen The Office? Damn, we got a lot of silver. I came looking for silver, but I found silver. Sturdy fossils. Not useful, we don't have enough. I still wish they did a gem staff, or not a gem staff, a gem tree rework. Alright. This is an English only channel. I'll remind you, person. Tashino Ochan Daisuke Deswa. Please speak in English. I'm not sure. I don't recognize some of that kanji, but we want to make sure I can actually read it and understand what's going on. So please, it's an English only chat. Older brother. Oh, right. Oni-chan. Okay, yeah. I didn't have an older brother, so I didn't pay that much attention to the Oni-chan kanji. Japanese major spotted? No, I'm a neuroscience major. Study mice. Well, I study the brain and like the mice are involved. I was slicing a mouse brain today. Well, I just mumbled the part that I didn't know, and that made it seem like I could read it. Beachy butter. Again. English, please. How are diamonds doing? Poorly. When does neuroscience get to slice human brains? I mean, generally, you do that with an MRI machine. That's what MRIs are. You're taking images, slices. They're literally called slices of the brain. Now, you don't have to kill the person to do that. But, you know. I think Ranger deserves something like Ale. Archery potion is kind of the equivalent. Each class kind of has a buff potion, you know? You've got magic power, mage gets 2, but Ale, summoning potion, archery potion. It would be cool. I guess Ranger has ammo reservation potion. Ammo reservation potion is like the worst potion in the game, unless you're using Contaminator, Coin Gun, or Star Cannon. Okay, so Sapphire Staff was bad. We almost have enough for a Diamond Staff. A little bit longer. What do we want to do next? Let's see how the Thunder Zapper performs. Yeah, we can try that on the Eye of Cthulhu. It's almost nighttime. Yeah, the defense down in Ale it's pretty meaningless. Let's explore the rest of the surface to the right. Maybe we make a house by the ocean. Get a pylon. Oh, we have a magic conch, actually. We can just teleport there. Ammo potion plus sand gun. Ammo is not a problem with a sand gun. It's not difficult to get Evan Sand or Crim Sand. Ale does increase melee speed. That is true. It makes whips faster. But infinite... Yes, you can get infinite sand from that. You can also get infinite sand by just sitting AFK near a antlion. An antlion. They fire sand. Dude, I don't know if cloud slimes just have a, like, really high spawn rate, or if every time a cloud slime pops up, it just sticks out in my mind. I'm not a big fan of them. We're gonna use the Dark Artist set this playthrough? We could. We could. Last time I played Mage, it was Legendary mode, and doing the Old One's Army on Legendary mode is kind of a pain in the ass. What do we make? Magic. What's a magical thing? Okay, I have an idea. If you know, you know. Guitar, a vape? No, no, no. Music's not magical. It's an affront to God. Spaghetti molded into that shape. Banana, Hatsune Miku. Eggplant? No, eggplant's a good guess. You could probably use an eggplant to achieve something similar. No, no, no. This? Hang on. Maybe I'll add one detail, and that might be... That might tip the scales. That might... Needs to be red. You get it now? This is a bowling pin. Because there is nothing more magical than visiting a bowling alley and seeing a bunch of like 40 or 50-year-old white men that smell faintly of cigarettes and alcohol bowling. Yeah, when I was a kid, we used to go to bowling alleys a lot. My mom liked to bowl. I think there were a lot of kind of sketchy older men. I think one of them was arrested and went to prison for like being a pedophile. You know, just the kind of stuff that happens at a bowling alley. Okay, let's try that with the Thunder Zapper. Okay, this already is way better than the Wand of Sparking. This is an actual weapon. Okay, we're definitely consuming a lot of mana. We do get mana back from the minions. Let's try to manage our mana. We can save some for the second phase. Some. All of our mana. Yeah. This actually feels like a good weapon, which is really nice. Didn't mean to pick those up. Okay, we're out of stars, but we're mostly fine. For mana potions or mana regeneration? Usually mana regeneration. I like magic cuffs a lot. Let's do it a couple more times. That was pretty fast. Yeah, you'll also notice I have lesser mana potions right now. One thing you could do with lesser mana potions, is just, you saw me do it there, just spam drinking like 4 of them. And mana sickness only, it caps out at 10 seconds, right? So there's not much difference between drinking 2 mana potions to go back to 200 max mana and drinking 4 lesser mana potions to go back to 200 mana. Because in both cases, you're getting 10 seconds of mana sickness, right? So there's not really any need to upgrade. This is a great weapon. Yeah, this is good. It's easy to aim. It's got good range. It's not too difficult to use. It definitely suffers from the general problem that Mage has, which is you have to be, like, speccing pretty hard into mana for this weapon to be usable. What do you think about the Terraria roar sound? I don't have strong opinions on it. It's fine. Yeah, Tank Mage is super fun. There's just something very entertaining about building yourself up, intentionally looking for the weakest attacks that enemies do, and putting yourself in harm's way of, like, their weakest laser or whatever, managing your health as mana, essentially. Also, keep in mind, the entire time we've been doing this, we are still pre-Goblin Invasion. We have not broken an orb yet. Or a Shadow Heart, rather. Or, no, Crimson Heart. And I have, like, no defense. We've got 11 defense right now. I guess we could have 16 if I put down that Bast statue. I just didn't. But B before Skelly to get B-Gun? We could. B-Gun's kind of just bad, but I guess we could. Would I be willing to use the shield more now that there's a keybind for it? The Shield of Cthulhu deals melee damage. We're doing magic stuff here, so I can't really do that. Can't believe I don't have Tim's hat. We kind of just haven't been down to the cavern layer, honestly. To where he can spawn, because he's like lava layer specific, right? We haven't really been down there. I'd like a wizard hat, don't get me wrong. We just haven't found one. Yeah, they added a keybind for the shield. I think B-Gun should be a pre-Queen Bee mage weapon crafted with stuff from the hive. Your Mystic Robe plus Wizard Hat is stronger than Jungle Armor. Damage-wise, you get more damage from it. That's correct. That's a lot less defense. But it gives more raw damage numbers. And honestly, I mean, even with full mana sickness, I still am dealing fine damage, like 20-something per hit. Okay, we can do one more eye. Can you disable double-click dash? Yes. Terraria will never give you what you want if it senses that you want it. Yeah, that's why I don't care about the items I get. Helps with the RNG. B-Gun is honestly fun in enclosed spaces, like we had a pre-Skeletron for the dungeon, still not great. Yeah, it kind of suffers from the problem of all of the other bee-related weapons that Queen Bee gives you are just better. Right? B-Gun, B-Nades, Beekeeper, they're all just better. Okay. Save a bunch of mana potions. And we're back to full mana. Alright. We've got 1 platinum on us. Get in there. Get in there. Get the fuck in there. Okay, 15 gold. Do I have more extractinators? I only have the one. Get in here. And we have a bunch of Eye of Cthulhu relics too. Okay, how are diamonds doing? Bad. Let's break a Crimson Heart so we can actually get goblins. You predict there'll be a rainbow rod in hard mode? It's not June yet, and I'm not sure if it's legally allowed to have rainbows in anything outside of the month of June. Arby's doesn't have rainbows in their profile pictures outside of June, and I usually just default whatever Arby's does. Hope they include B-Gun in the reworks. Hope they do something about the Medusa head. I mean, I feel like Medusa head is the poster child for underused weapons. Arby's? Yeah, home of the Meat Mountain. You familiar with the Meat Mountain? They sell that at Arby's. It's got a lot of meat on it. I'm a big fan of meat. Yeah, this is a really good weapon. Crystal Storm needs a buff? I haven't used the Crystal Storm in ages. Could not honestly tell you how it performs. I'd believe it. Anyone here ever met someone that tried Summoner as a first class? Yeah, I know in some multiplayer playthroughs, sometimes people end up playing Summoner first. Like if your first time playing the game as Summoner, or sorry, as multiplayer, and whoever you're playing with tells you to pick a class or something. Are the crafted spell tomes any good? I couldn't honestly tell you. I think Cursed Flames is maybe okay. I'm not 100% sure. The Ichor one's usually more for support. You guys think we can take Brain here? We can probably take Brain here. Oh, Slime Brain. I see the brain of Cthulhu's diversion strategy, and I will not succumb to his dastardly distractions. So let's get Weather Pain. Yeah, okay, this is fine. I think both Kativa and Foxbark should be... No! Oh, that's right. Yeah, Mage also just has the silence debuff. For some reason. Just a Mage-specific middle finger. Should have kept the Destroyer's theme and made a new one for the brain. Was there a theme? Honestly, I never paid much attention to which songs were playing during which fights. I still barely registered the new ones aside from just they're new. It's just not something I paid that much attention to. The new ones are too quiet? Like they were mixed at a different lux or something? Broken armor, you feel like hits melee harder than other classes? I guess, yeah. It halves your defense, so having higher defense, it hurts more. But definitely other classes can get high defense. It's not like defense is a melee specific thing. Let's kill this Chimera. Man, would you guys just give me a minute? This has a lot of potential to get really bad. I need to just chug mana potions here. The damage doesn't matter too much. I need to just be able to be constantly attacking. Am I gonna run out of mana potions? I've got 61. I think I'll be okay. This thing's pretty mana intensive. Yeah. So what could be really bad is that face monster showing up. That one's definitely bad. Yeah, I'll give the brain that one. I got confused. That's quite bad. Yeah, so it'd be really bad if what happened. I'm out of mana. That sucks. Yeah, face monster really fucked me over there. So that's mighty unfortunate. I can't stay in that spot because there's a face monster. I can't kill the face monster. And out in the open, I don't have the mobility to stay around. So that's just dying because the game decides to throw enemies at you during boss fights. Yeah, it does, Bellring. Okay, well, we probably get back here in time to, fight King Slime. Maybe use gravity potions for King Slime? No, we're fine. We don't need gravitation potions for King Slime. We'll be okay. Oh, for the... No, I would just have to build a wall so that a face monster can't show up. It's a very solvable issue. I just didn't solve it. Don't you love it when you're fighting the twins and a wyvern appears? Wyvern should only be able to appear when you're down to your last twin. Unless for some reason one of them is very far away from you. Because the way that, like, the spawn slots work. See, like, there's a lot of cloud slimes, right? Isn't that, like, the 5th cloud slime I fought during this slime rain? Like, what the hell is the spawn rate on these guys? Maybe I'm overestimating. Maybe it's like the 3rd cloud slime, but... I feel like enemies shouldn't be able to spawn at all during bosses. Yeah, there are a lot of bosses that they've adjusted spawning for to make it so that they can't... There's another one. Thought there's skyblock only? No, no. Most of the slimes that... There's another one. There were 2 more. I'm gonna check, and by the end of this, I will have killed more cloud slimes than purple slimes, I'm pretty sure. But the number at least will be kind of similar, I feel like. Like if they jump differently, but the cloud blocks kind of cloud up your inventory. Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. Slime rains are a nice way to farm ores and potions? Yeah, yeah. I haven't been paying attention to how many slimes we've killed. Yeah, I think the other thing that rubs me the wrong way about these slimes is just that with very, very few exceptions, most of them just aren't giving you anything useful. Another cloud slime. Like, I don't need cloud... There's another cloud slime. I don't need cloud blocks. I don't need, what, 250 cloud blocks? Like, they're there, I guess. If I was playing Skyblock, sure, they'd be nice, but I don't need that many cloud blocks. Lost a hardcore run because you were cornered by a stone slime, stunlocked for no reason. That's really unfortunate. You've got to be close, right? Another cloud slime. Were the conveyor belt slimes? No, it's the surface, so we only have cloud slimes. I think the issue is not giving you items, but they give you too many of those items. Hang on, there's... Okay, no, we had a blue slime banner, I just didn't realize. We can thunder zap this guy. Alright, they give King Slime new music. Let's clear out this top layer. So maybe we just keep using water frosting. The skyblock slimes... Do all the skyblock slimes spawn in vanilla? No, no. The ore slimes, I know don't. They're like hard mode ore slimes. Did he just spawn a cloud slime? He just spit out a cloud slime, didn't he? Out of his butt. Did you guys see that? Clown slime? Yeah, it's a slime, but it drops one of the clown's exploding bombs when it dies. Mana. It's definitely pretty mana hungry. It's needing a lot of mana sickness to recover, but that's fine. Okay. Have any of you guys played the Terraria board game? Who was saying that came out recently? I didn't back it on Kickstarter, so I don't have a copy of it to play. It's out? Yeah, I think it started shipping out, right? No shipping out there? Unfortunate. Seeing people talk about the board game is not very good. Saw someone video on your boot talk on your feed talk about a little bit. I mean, I've seen videos like that, but I also don't necessarily put a ton of stock in other people's opinions of something. Especially on the internet, because usually negative opinions perform way better than positive opinions. And if you have like a financial stake, or if you're a reviewer, having a negative opinion about something is gonna make you more popular than people with a positive opinion. They had very valid complaints. That's fair. I've heard some complaints about it. The game's very slow to get going. Takes a long time. You're the one who feels like just having full health makes it easier to dodge. It's probably a mental thing. You guys think Diamond Staff is ready? Need 2 more diamonds? Why not stream on Twitch? Because I don't have followers on Twitch, and because Twitch is a worse platform for trying to grow a community. I've tried streaming on Twitch before, it never goes well. It's quite fun, but the game length of 4 souls is very variable. Game could take 30 minutes, 2 hours, depending on how quickly someone's able to get the resources to run away with the game. What about streaming on Kick? Did Kick pay you to ask that? Has any human being ever, like, been driven to stream on Kick unless they were banned from Twitch or being paid by Kick? I feel like that's the entire market for people that stream on Kick. Is if you're not allowed to stream on Twitch. Or if Kick is paying you. Yeah, well, the problem is streaming on Twitch, right? YouTube recommends people live streams. YouTube will go, hey, watch this. YouTube keeps my live streams around so people can view the VODs later. I have a YouTube channel where I upload videos where I can get people to subscribe, and then a lot of people who subscribe will come watch live streams. Twitch has none of that. Twitch, like, you stream on Twitch and you are one of dozens or hundreds of people in a group that, like, no one... You don't really go to, at least in my experience, you don't really go to Twitch to find something to watch. You go to Twitch to watch someone, right? I don't think I'm the odd one out there. I'm sure some people browse around surfing Twitch and just going to random streams, but I feel like usually I have the people that I follow on Twitch, and I watch those people when they're live, and I get notifications when they're live. I'm not looking for new people. I discovered them elsewhere, then went to Twitch to find them. So if you're not already huge and established, Twitch is a terrible environment to try to grow in. Sometimes you find new people off a raid, but it's very rare. You just came in, you don't really know you, but you totally agree you can't get used to Twitch. Use YouTube for background noise, you put on Twitch, Kick, etc. to talk to someone. You only go to Twitch if you watch a streamer that streams primarily on Twitch, and also have a stream on YouTube so you can see your chats on the stream. Why are webs and potion ingredients? They're ingredients for danger sense potions. I think Twitch in general is worse than YouTube in terms of toxic monetization. Oh my god, yeah. I know there was a point in time where I was working, or I was watching a friend stream, and I just, like, Twitch just decides to put unskippable, like, 30-second or minute-long mid-roll ads in people's streams. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but, like, I can choose not to run mid-roll ads in my stream. YouTube asks me whether I want to put manual things in or have them done automatically, and I just choose manual because I don't want mid-roll ads in my stream because I want people to actually be able to watch the stream. But I feel like I get disturbed on Twitch a lot more. And there have been times where I'll, like, be having a conversation and it'll just be, like, completely taken out for, like, a minute. You open Twitch, you click on the stream of a stream you like, you get a 30-second unskippable ad, you close Twitch. Yeah. Thoughts on portraits? The workshop items, change them are pretty uncool, but you generally just like the high definition. I like them. I don't mind them at all. Yeah. I think they add a lot of good things for the community to work with in terms of, like, texture packs. Because you can change them to be whatever characters you want. You can also, if you want, if you go to, what? Video? Interface? You can change the portraits to literally just be their sprite. So if you really dislike them, you can also just turn them off entirely. From here. So, I don't have any problems with them. I know a lot of people got upset at them when they first got added. I didn't quite get that. I felt like there were much more important things to be upset about in that update than the portraits. But the portrait's one of the first things they changed because of how strong the feedback was, I guess. I sell this ancient chisel. Sell this ancient chisel. Just sell all this stuff. Okay, what are we doing? Fighting a Cthulhu? Good short of workshop memes, yeah. Said it pretty well in my video, just people not liking headcanon appear. Okay, Goblin Invasion. Wand of Spoken should be good, right? So let's consider. If I didn't have a Wand of Spoken, what would I be doing? If I'm lucky, I get a staff that could pierce, like a diamond staff. We can make a diamond staff now. Of course, if I get a bad reforge on my diamond staff, I'm fucked. So, like, that would be awful. God, could you imagine I've been sitting here grinding diamonds for, like, 2 hours, and I finally get enough to make a diamond staff, and it's, like, broken? And I can't reforge it because we're still pre-goblin, and then I just have to use my, like, terrible diamond staff the entire... That would be awful. Vilethorn? Yeah, it's a Crimson World, though. I mean, I guess you have the Crimson Rod. Diamond Staff should be good. It's no, like, bow with Jester's arrows, but I think this is pretty acceptable. So mana, I don't think this is sustainable, but if I do some light stuff with my mana recovery, I think I'll be good. Hang on, didn't we make a... Yeah, let me put this thing over here. Crimson Rod is extremely underrated. Yeah, Crimson Rod's really good because of how the iframes work. I think it's really good for Deerclops. Like it's very strong for Deerclops. What's my armor look like right now? Jungle Hat, Ruby Robe. Okay, we take some damage hits here, but if we swap to Wand of Frosting to apply the debuff, we don't really get hurt that much by Mana Sickness, because 8 DPS from the debuff, right? Yeah, Diamond Staff is not bad. However, if I was using the Sapphire Staff, that would be quite bad. Yeah, Wand of Sparking is also very respectable. I think it mostly comes down to whether or not you have a piercing gem staff or not. If you have a gem staff that pierces anything emerald or better, you'll probably be fine against goblins, assuming you've got the max mana for it. The other thing is, I got max mana really quickly. I could definitely see if you're in a situation where you can't get max mana as quickly. Maybe you're in a secret seed where you can't easily get fallen stars, like vampire seed or something. Because you spawn underground, you might not be able to get to the surface quickly. Maybe you're in Zenith seed, or even just don't dig up, and you have to rely on like pot slimes and stuff. And you can't easily get to the jungle. I could definitely see Mage feeling a lot worse in those situations. Or if you're just slower to get max mana, right? Like I went to get a jungle hat and made a ruby robe immediately, and that's what, 120 extra mana? 100 extra mana. And then got like 4 mana crystals night 1, mostly because I got a sandstorm in a bottle immediately. I had a really fast pace of progression. This is a platinum world, yeah. Okay, here's a question for you. Because it's been dawning on me that I've been doing something, and I don't know whether that's something that people usually do, or if I'm just being out of place here. Do you normally use lesser mana potions in pre-hard mode, or regular mana potions? Or like, when's the point where you swap over from lesser to regular mana potions? I want magic cuffs, honestly, but... You don't use mana potions at all? Yeah. Regular. You low-key just use regen. Regular. No mana potions, you go regen. You never use mana potions because there's never been a damn hot... What are you talking about? There's a hotkey for mana potions right here. I have mine set to Z. I think the default is like C. But that's... There's a hotkey for mana potions. It's right there. Default is F? Okay. It's been in the game for years. Oh, it's called Quick Mana. It's right there. It's been in the game for at least 6 years. I think more like 10 years. Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm the odd one out with lessers. I don't know, man. I don't want to have to get mushrooms, and like I have some mushrooms, then I have to use them, and I'd like to use mana regeneration potions. I just haven't really been farming herbs. I've mostly just been using Wand of Sparking because it's mana efficient. I want to use magic cuffs. I wanted to get a panic necklace and turn that into magic cuffs. But I like magic cuffs a lot. I've just kind of been... I've been in the situation where I haven't gotten a panic necklace to drop, so I haven't made the magic cuffs yet, so I've just been using lesser mana potions as a holdover until we get there. Usually upgrade magic cuffs to celestial. Yeah, but I mean, I have to get a celestial magnet for that, and I haven't gotten that either. So... What do you guys think about, like, the way that mana potions and mana sickness works? Because I've been sitting here, and I feel like it makes the mistake of... Terrible design, awful design, mana sickness feels bad. Yeah. I feel like it makes the mistake of penalizing the player for playing the game in the way that they are incentivized to, rather than rewarding the player, right? In general, in game design, you want stuff that feels rewarding to use, that feels fun to use, satisfying to use, and not like you're being punished for something. And mana sickness just makes it feel like you're being punished. Mana system is kind of lame. It gets the job done, but there's way more interesting ways to deal with it. Best way to deal with mana is just use a mana flower and not engage with it. Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that I like the magic cuffs dynamic with mana a lot. I have a lot of fun with that. You ignore, just tank the debuff. Yeah. Mana sickness should be more risk reward, like those sanguine orb things. I don't know what you're talking about. That would be hostile to new players. What would? Having no mana lets you cast spells, but you do less damage. Yeah. If it's not clear that having no mana makes you do less damage, and then you just start doing less damage, but the new player might not pick up on it, so they're just like doing no damage, and that would be really unfortunate. I mean, mana regen potions also work well. Yeah, it falls into the issue of being negative game design and punishing the player instead of rewarding them. And I've always thought it could be cool if there could be something like, rather than being punished for drinking mana potions, you would be like, you'd consume mana to make your spells more powerful, but they'd still be fine if you didn't have mana, and mana was a lot more valuable instead of just being very expendable. But that's the sort of thing you'd have to literally rebalance the entire game around that. Like, that just doesn't work with Terraria how it is now. Mana is too ingrained the way that it is. Where Mage are the high DPS weapons when you've got mana, but getting mana, mana is difficult to get. You don't see why mana isn't just cooldown like health? I could definitely see some situations where that would be really awkward. I feel like the problem with a cooldown is that you run into one of two situations. You either the cooldown is too short and it doesn't matter, right? Like, if you have mana on cooldown, and I'm using like the Wand of Spouting, and I'm dealing like consuming no mana, or like Razorpine with some mana reduction things like consumes no mana. Like, it's meaningless, right? You can just drink the potion on cooldown, you have perfect uptime. Or it's too punishing, and then you can't recover your mana, and then you're stuck in a situation where you just can't use your weapon, and that feels really bad. Right? Like, the worst thing when you're playing Mage is being stuck at no mana. Like, drinking a potion for a debuff is better than just not being able to use your spell. But I definitely see where you're coming from with that. I think a lot of it, if the decisions were made earlier in Terraria, mana could have been made a lot more interesting, but it's difficult to do something with now. Should reward aggressive gameplay, because that's what Mage is. High DPS, low defense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like Magic Cuffs. You be aggressive, you throw yourself at the enemy, and you get your mana back. Easy. Piece of cake. At this point, there isn't much relogic you can do without redesigning the whole thing from the ground up. Yeah. Yeah. Because the thing is, like, you rework mana. Okay. You have to think about how that impacts every single magic weapon in the game. Right? That would be exhausting. But the first potion doesn't need the debuff, only subsequent potion usage given a certain amount. I've thought about that. Yeah, I've thought that could be a decent solution, but it's basically like a soft cooldown where the first potion drink, it gives you a cooldown, but it's not you can't recover mana. It's if you recover mana, you're gonna get mana sickness. Right. But then that's kind of awkward to communicate, definitely. But I like that idea. I like that idea. You have the opinion that Summoner is the worst class? I mean, it's definitely the hardest class to play. It's the most skill expressive, and it's the easiest to die during. Don't communicate, let the player find it out. I don't think Relogic is in the habit of that. I think Relogic very much so likes communicating to the player that things can be done. I mean, shit, dude. They renamed the Heavy Assembler. They renamed the Heavy Workbench to the Heavy Assembler, instead of just letting the heavy workbench function as a workbench. Like, it was a non-issue to begin with. The easy solution is just let it function as a workbench, but instead they just renamed it the Heavy Assembler. Same with Goblin Summoner. The Goblin Summoner summoned Shadow Flame apparitions. That's what it did. The name was fine. The name was fine. It's summoned, guys. Should have gotten new summons, not just a billion new whips. Well, I mean, from what we know about the new update, they're adding at least one new summon, because we saw the little guy, the little dude, in the preview. Couldn't it be preceded by a debuff that does nothing before drinking another potion? Well, yeah, but then you have a debuff that does nothing. Like, what the fuck's the point? Pirate staff rework, you hope? That could be cool. I've always wanted Relogic to touch up the old minions that suck instead of just adding new ones. So that would be pretty cool. Let's see if we can get a panic necklace. I want magic cuffs. Let me bring my buffs so we can fight the fighting Cthulhu again. I'll say there wouldn't be a worse class. They have different playstyles. I mean, if the classes have differences in how strong they are, which I think is reasonable to say they do, then it stands to reason that you could argue one of them being worse than the other ones. I don't think the idea of there being a worst class is unreasonable. Right. Is every class equally strong at every stage of the game? No. So if they're not equally strong, how am I going to make mana potion? I have 3 mushrooms. I have 3 mushrooms. I got nothing, man. Hang on. If I, well, but the Brain of Cthulhu is really not a boss that you want. Damn, this is awkward. He's really not a boss that you want to stop attacking to regenerate mana. I can make mana regen, but maybe I just make a magic power, bite the bullet, and see what we can do. Max mana is a hard cap? Yeah, 400. Is the pirate staff bad? Yes. Yeah, the main issue with the pirate staff is that it's basically completely incapable of attacking anything in the sky. It can be kind of okay for the destroyer, but it's basically unusable on the twins or Skeletron Prime. It can be okay. It's good for invasions. My suggestion, you could use spiders. You could kill Queen Slime for the blade staff. You could get the sanguine staff. There's not really a standout great option, but there are definitely better options than the pirate staff. Did I forget my star in a bottle? Yeah, I did. But it's fine. You don't regenerate mana when you're attacking, and we're going to be attacking most of the time anyways. Main thing is it can be weaker, but expecting every class to be equal in strength is expecting that every class will pretty much play the same. Be the same as going into medium core expert mode. Expecting expert mode, not treating it as hardcore and blaming the game mode. I mean, I'm not saying that it's good or bad for there to be better or worse classes. I mean, like you said, it makes sense for there to be a power discrepancy. But there is a power discrepancy. That exists. You know, at the end of the day, like it or not, the classes do have different amounts of strength, and that does mean that one of them will be better or worse than others, because that's just how having multiple things works out. But I prefer they removed the mana hard cap. I don't care. The cap is not the problem with mana. It's alright, guys. We fixed mana. I know. New state of the game for Relogic. I know you guys complained about mana a lot, so here's what we did. We fixed mana. We removed the max mana cap. That's it. We did nothing else. We took away the cap. Go crazy. Could you imagine? Why does mana have a hard cap? I assume just for UI reasons. You have to physically be able to show the amount of mana, right? If it was uncapped, it would just keep, like, they have to pick a point, right? You want full arcane to... I don't think full arcane is ever going to be meta unless they change how arcane works. Or they really change how mana works. What would you have to do to mana for full arcane to be meta? That's a terrifying thought. Oh, we missed. Right, I've got to block things off. We'll do that now. It's mostly here. Yeah. Okay, face monster cannot get through any of this, so we're good. Oh, I drank Hunter. I didn't mean to do that. Only thing good Arcane is good for is better max mana regen. Yeah. The one nice thing about Arcane is your mana regeneration is that slow debuff is brutal, man. God, how long was that? Like 10 seconds. Yeah, your mana regeneration is based on your mana cap. So having more max mana means you regenerate mana faster. No, it's based on how much mana you currently have. It's not based on your cap, but having a higher cap means you have more mana currently, right? This is why I like the panic necklace for this fight. You hate the idea that class is only as good as how meta it is for killing bosses. It's really unfun logic that ignores how fun. Look, I've never said anything about killing bosses. It's not like Mage is that great for dealing with regular enemies. It's just whatever metric you use to compare them, one class will be better than others. It's just the nature of how they work, and that means that one class will be worse than others. So it's not unreasonable to to, you know, illustrate that fact. And for what it's worth, I would say that the fact that that exists means you can highlight that and be like, hey, this class is suffering. You know, can we do something to fix this class or buff this class? Right? That's pretty reasonable. Alright, we're about to get mana sickness pretty hard. It's okay, as long as we don't get the silence debuff, we should be fine. We just need to keep attacking. Okay. Okay, I really want a panic necklace so I can make a... magic cuffs. Whatever metric implies one class does everything better, which defeats the purpose. No? One metric means that whatever metric you're using to compare them, one class will do better. It never said every metric. The fuck is that spider doing? Buddy? You okay? Oh, fuck off! Jump scare spider. He was waiting for me to go for the panic necklace. He was hiding in ambush. We entered the room from the wrong direction. He was charging up his attack, yeah. We need, what? It's Graveyard Tinkerer's Workshop, so we need to find a goblin. We need, some fallen stars to make a mana crystal, too. Let's run across the surface, get some stars. It's like saying anything you can do, I can do better, but don't worry, there are some things you do better. No, it's just taking the classes holistically and considering their strengths and weaknesses. Like, if you're comparing two meals, right? And one of the meals is 2 packets of ramen, instant ramen. It's really cheap. It tastes adequate. And the other one's like a home-cooked chili. It's a lot more expensive. It's more nutritious. Tastes better. Like, the home-cooked chili is a better meal than the other one. Sure, the other one's cheaper. It has some strengths. But the chili's still a better meal. Like, comparing all of the factors and considering it holistically, like, one of them is better than the other. They're not equal. And that means one of them is better than the other one. Can't compare machine guns and grannies, but they are the same metric. I mean, a granny is not a weapon used to attack somebody. You're not picking up your grandmother and smacking a fucking burglar with it. At least I'm not picking up my grandmother and smacking a burglar with her. Okay, but if you're comparing a machine gun to a shotgun, right, that's a valid comparison. And in these cases, you're comparing the 2 classes. 4 classes. Okay, we need graveyards. How many gravestones do we have? 1. We can get some. Let's find the goblin. Remember when throwing was a class? Sadly. I want some chili now, too. So home defense weapon, would you rather grandma or grandpa? What are their starting loadouts? Does grandpa come equipped with, like, whittling tools? So I feel like that's a strong factor. Man, there were 2 life crystals right here. Hope throwing gets re-added? I don't. Nobody actually liked throwing weapons. A couple people have just gaslit themselves into thinking that they liked throwing weapons because they were young when throwing weapons were a thing, and they have nostalgia for when they were young and when they played Terraria when they were still youths and innocent, and the world was fresh. Nobody, I can promise you, nobody actually liked throwing weapons. Bone javelins are cool. Yeah, they're cool, but not because they were a throwing weapon. Throwing weapons had no support. You couldn't do anything with them. I love bone javelins now, but they're just ranged weapons. Let's make the ale tosser ranged again. Dude, ale tosser's just a shit post, man. It gives 69%. Oh, what is... But it has 69% something. Is it 60? It can't be 69%. It was 69% ammo reservation chance. That's it. Yeah, it still uses ammo. It still gets Unreal. How much longer I'm going to stream? Until I feel like stopping. It's punk to like... I remember that from Superman. And have you guys watched My Adventures with Superman? I like that show a lot. The season 3 is coming out soon, right? Hey, a rally. Since range friendly supplies the solution to just make throwing weapons have a higher velocity. No, the problem with Thrower is that Thrower had no depth. It had no support past the early game. The support that existed was non-existent. You had Fossil Armor, which was post-evil, if you don't remember. You couldn't blow it up at first. You had to have a fucking Deathbringer pickaxe in order to get Fossil. And you had Ninja Armor, which, who cares? And like, Terraria just doesn't have the space in the game to support a 5th class without an ungodly amount of additional content being added. And I think that would just go into the territory of content bloat and not be fun at the end of the day. Right? Think about how much Terraria has had to add just to make Summoner a fleshed out class, and it still has way fewer weapons than every other class. Imagine adding another class on top of that and trying to flesh it out to the same extent, giving it unique and original weapons. You'd have to fully rework things. You'd have to change a bunch of existing weapons to different damage types, which is gonna annoy people, right? Imagine being told, hey, do you like playing melee? Okay, well now, like, a third of your weapons just aren't melee anymore. Did you like boomerangs? Too bad. Go play a different class that has different advantages and disadvantages. If you think Mage sucks, can you make a video on why you think this? No, I don't make YouTube videos. Sorry. I just try to go to the Terraria forums and on Discord servers and argue with people to piss them off and rage bait them. Another rally. That's nice. I would much prefer... we should have another Hunter Potion. I saved a Hunter Potion for this. I did. I know I did. Yeah, I did. That's your job. Is there sort of a vanilla plus throwing mod? I know some mods re-add throwing stuff. Rogue, I think. Did Thorium have a thrower subclass? It had healer, it had bird. Was there a thrower one? I don't remember. I'm sure somebody has added throwing stuff back in, but it's... At the end of the day, like, what is the unique design space that thrower inhabits? Right? From what I remember, isn't, like, Rogue one of the least popular classes in Calamity? Calamity added, like, a stealth mechanic for Rogue, which is kind of weird. And I don't think would fit that cleanly into, like, regular Terraria's design space. Right? Mage, okay. The magic weapons are generally pretty distinct from other classes. They're quite unique. You consume mana. Okay. You generally have periods of high DPS offset by periods of lower DPS. That's kind of the overarching gimmick. Summoner, you have the whole whip thing. Whip, well, rest in peace whip stacking. But, previously whip stacking. And summoning minions, that's really unique. Melee, for the most part, just kind of gets whatever. Got a lot of swords, I guess. And then Ranger generally has ammo and has less interesting weapons, but very consistent weapons. Right? If you took all of the consumable ranged weapons and made them a new class thrower, okay, what are you doing? You're not really accomplishing anything. You're just changing the name of ranged weapons to be something else. Like, they're still ranged weapons. They still function exactly like ranged weapons. There's nothing, like, unique about them. You're just saying there's something different. Which, I mean, Relogic does do all the time. Ale Tosser. But, like, I don't think there's just the space for throwing weapons to be interesting, even if they were to get re-added. Probably because of Shadowflame Bow and Sextol? Yeah. It's weird that Boomerangs are melee. What other class would they be? Right? Let's say a Boomerang exists in Terraria. You have melee class, you have ranger class, you have mage class, and you have summoner class. What class are Boomerangs? They're certainly not mage. They're not magical. You're not summoning a Boomerang minion, so it's not summoner. Okay. Is it melee or is it ranger? Well, they don't take ammo. That's generally the defining feature of ranger weapons with a couple of very small exceptions. So, they're melee. I heard Goblin. Where is he? There he is. Oh, you're welcome, June Fuma. Boomerangs are ranged in most games? Yes, but by the constraints of how range weapons work in Terraria, that's not how ranged weapons work. They don't consume ammo. Ranged weapons consume ammo in Terraria with a very small number of exceptions that honestly shouldn't be ranged weapons. Or should consume ammo. Like the Toxicope, the paintball gun, those should consume ammo. Generally, a ranged weapon fires something. Right? Even with the ones that are don't consume ammo, you're still operating under the principle of you're shooting something. Right? You're shooting a piranha. You're shooting an arrow. You're shooting a bullet. You're shooting bubbles from your Toxicope. You're shooting paintball bullets. They're not bullets, but you get the idea. The harpoon, you're shooting a harpoon. Melee is more of stuff that you are physically doing. You're throwing a boomerang. You're throwing an anchor. You're throwing a yo-yo. Or using a yo-yo. So they fit under the melee umbrella. You're throwing... Yeah, I guess you are correct on that one. You are throwing ale. Okay. Dig Toys. Surely Dig Toys has finished. Will Terraria be still updated in the 20th? I don't know. I'm not Relogic. Dig Toys, you motherfucker. I left Dig Toys here for... It's useless pal in the game. Well, second most useless pal in the game. I see a milk. Melee speed is not useless for most weapons. The increased velocity can actually be really nice for most of them. Meteor. We had a meteor fall. Go look for that. Make a Deathbringer pick. Here are the means to make an obsidian skin potion? No. That's fine though. Let's work from the left. The left is slightly more likely to contain it than the right, because the right is going to have the dungeon, and meteors can't fall near the dungeon. So we have slightly higher odds of running into it here. Just look at Fate Archers. Yeah. The Archer class really is made up of archers. Is that a... Oh, I have Hunter Potion. The color on it was weird. Yep, here it is. No fire immunity, so we're just gonna have to raw dog this. You know, one thing multi-hooks are really good at, like the slime hook, or the spider hook, mining meteorite. Because you can... And the speed is overall horrid. It's so arbitrary, and you have very little ways of actually getting funky with melee speed. Yeah, I don't think it's great, but I feel like of the issues Terraria has, melee speed is one of the less egregious ones. Right? Like, okay. Would you rather have melee speed the way that it is, or mana the way that it is? Yeah, I feel like all things being equal, I'd rather see mana tweaks than melee speed tweaks. Although you do kind of have the same issue as with mana, where if you change melee speed, okay, you need to consider how that changes literally every melee weapon in the game, including the ones that were previously balanced around not scaling with melee speed and only having the projectile velocity scale. And then that's pretty rough. That's melee has more weapons than any other class, and granted a lot of them suck, but still. To use the pick? I'm sorry, the pick is not a mage weapon. Use the pick. The pick isn't magical. We're a magical girl, not a magical miner. Although a lot of magical girls are miners. You can use a pickaxe until you turn 18, but I'm not 18. I'm older than 18. We just double hit that meteor head? Okay. Yeah. So I think the high tier staff type weapons, Thunder Zapper, Diamond Staff, these are pretty good. These are pretty good. I have liked using these. The low tier ones have been a lot worse. Which I think was my initial assertion of them, is that The problem is, you know, it's not super consistent to be getting a diamond staff. Yeah, I mean, we had to wait a long time. Compare how easily Ranger could be getting a usable weapon. 70-year-old male magical girl. At least one of those things is not true. I'll let you guess which. Surely this is enough meteorite, right? $15, $35, $45. Damn, we're 4 short. That's fine. We can at least make the armor up. Meteor armor should give you immunity to burning blocks. I've conquered the meteor. I should be able to go back and mine it without having to worry about burning myself. Frog. Is the space gun as fun as the Phoenix Blaster? Oh god, no. No, space gun is very pathetic knockback, and the space gun also has a kind of annoying sound. Mana is not max? No, but mana maxing doesn't matter for... So what, we need 12? Roughly? Yeah. It's not like this consumes mana. Okay. What is this interesting house? Oh, this is Snickerdoodle, Santa Claus's mouse, which keeps all the other mice children in line around Christmas, and if not, he'll snap their tails off. She's got a big beard like Santa Claus. He's Mouse Santa. Well, it's nighttime, so we can't even get a goblin to move in anyways. Let's go across the surface, look for more fallen stars. Oh, God. The speed debuff really hurts. Why do these exist, man? Why do negative reforges exist? What is there? I guess they add a little bit of variety to the game when you're playing. You discover a new weapon. Sometimes it just sucks. Sometimes you get a weapon and you just feel bad because your weapon sucks. It should have been better. But hey, this playthrough, you're just gonna have to deal with your weapon sucking. Like, it's only relevant early in the game. Right, this bears no relevancy past a couple hours into the game because you just have a Goblin Tinkerer. Right, it just makes you go, oh, okay, well, I have to spend, like, 2 gold, otherwise my weapon just sucks. It makes it so you earn slightly less money sometimes. God, this feels awful. Why? Why? I don't even have a goblin right now. I can't reforge it. Imagine you're a newbie, you see terrible space gun, you walk out of the experience thinking it sucks. God, if I made this... Oh, God. Stealth is really hard to tell when it's doing more damage than just spamming you. Oh, for rogue, like Calamity mod. Yeah, because, like, early in the game, okay, sometimes you spawn with, like, an annoying copper pickaxe and you just hate yourself. Because, congratulations, now the beginning of the game is just going to be much slower for no reason whatsoever. And sure, sometimes you get a light pickaxe and it's faster, but it feels a hell of a lot worse to get a slow start off a negative free fort on a pickaxe than a fast start on a light one. And then sometimes early game you just get a weapon and it sucks. And there's nothing you can do about it. And once you're later in the game, you just get a goblin, you give the goblin 2 gold and say, hey, make my weapon not suck. And then sometimes it takes like 10 gold to make your weapon not suck, but you ultimately end up just making your weapon not suck. Beginning tool should have no modifiers. That's a reasonable thing. I don't mind the copper short sword having a modifier that much. Like if your opening copper short sword's broken, who cares? Like you can make other weapons easily, but you can't easily just make a new pickaxe. Or an axe. Sometimes it takes like 10 platinum if you're really unlucky, yeah. What do you think about the craft from near chests toggle? Overall, I'm not a huge fan. I like that it's toggleable. I don't like this. Right? I don't like pulling... I prefer, hold on. This crafting menu, generally. I don't like having this crafting menu being huge. I like it being restrained. It's much easier. It's much quicker and easier to find something in this than it is to try to find something in this. Right. So I generally prefer this. Plus, I know this I have muscle memory for. Why would it as a chisel in my accessories? We were literally just mining meteorite. Not 5 minutes ago were we mining meteorite. Okay, well, let's go make a house for the goblin. Hopefully he moves back in so I can make my space gun not suck. You guys think this would kill me? You right click, Aiden. How much damage do you think this would do? Because we do have mouse fall damage. Do you think the mouse fall damage is capped? I don't actually know if it's capped. Oh, we're fine. Dig Toy Smith Deep. Dig Toy sucks. Oh, Dig Toys, go make me a elevator. Go. Go see what the traveling merchant has. Extendo grip, skates, sake. Yeah. I mean, skates are good, but mouse. It'd be funny if the chisel doubled the pickaxe damage. Yeah, I really was not a fan when this new crafting was forced and when this was also... Oh no, this was always toggleable. Okay, so the reason I don't like this... I feel like this one is really, really detrimental for multiplayer playthroughs. Just the existence of this feature is really detrimental for multiplayer playthroughs. It means that people are much less incentivized to be actually organizing their chests, which means they tend to dump stuff in random chests, and at the same time, you cannot craft from a chest that somebody has open. So it leads to this really awkward dynamic where instead of opening a chest to craft from it and then just crafting from inside of it and then being the only person to craft from inside of it, which could be a little clunky sometimes, but generally works pretty well. You're in a situation where you try to craft from nearby chests and the things you can craft are constantly blinking in and out. You're trying to get something, but you don't have consistent access to the chlorophyte. You can't just say, oh, there's chlorophyte here. I will just craft this chlorophyte. Sometimes somebody opens the chest with the chlorophyte. Now you've got no chlorophyte. Sometimes somebody else pulls the chlorophyte while you're trying to use it. Now you have 2/3 of an armor set, and you can't make the top piece. Situations like that, and I feel like crafting jank are a lot more common in multiplayer because of the crafting from nearby chests existing. And like in single player, if you're not as organized, whatever. That doesn't really matter that much. But in multiplayer, like, I can choose not to do it myself, but I can't force other people not to. And the existence of the feature does lead to a lot more awkwardness in multiplayer. Because that's the problem. You don't want to open the chest yourself, because if you open the chest, nobody else can craft from inside the chest. But at the same time, if you don't open the chest, you can't guarantee that you're going to have access to what's in the chest to finish crafting everything else that you're crafting. Like, imagine you come back from Eater of Worlds, or Brain of Cthulhu. Everybody dumps their Crimtane ore in a chest, and everyone starts using craft from nearby chests. Okay, well, you better be real fucking quick clicking to craft the armor and the items that you want, otherwise it's all going to be gone. And you're going to be left with like 2/3 of an armor set. Right? Is that better than the situation where only one person could craft out of a chest at a time and you'd have to wait a little bit? In small worlds, maybe, but especially with more players, that gets to be really, really awkward. Being able to stack similar items that don't already exist in the same chest as a double-edged sword multiplayer, because what does the game think similar items are? Isn't that this? I've never actually used that feature. Is there a particular toggle for that, for sorting new similar items? You don't think Terraria is really designed to work for 6-player multiplayer worlds like that? There's a lot of things that just don't work well. Yeah, I'm not saying the game is designed to work like that, but it is true that the game works worse like that, and it is a valid way of playing the game. So, I think it's a valid complaint to have. If Terraria had an update that made it impossible to play the game with more than 8 players, that would suck. You right-click the quick stack? Oh. I don't like that. 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 I do not like that. Whatever that, I don't like that. Gel? 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 That's not a fucking block! Okay. Was the Snake Charmer's flute already in? The Snake Charmer's flute was not already in here. The Snake Charmer's flute quick stacked here. I'm pretty certain that this Snake Charmer's flute quick stacked here. Why the fuck did the Snake Charmer's flute and Dig Toys go in here? Because I was keeping this in my inventory. Bottles, they're not placeable. Seeds, you can't place these. It's a material, I guess. Sure. Okay, I'll concede that one. Material. Okay, yeah, sure. Magic. Okay, these are not torches are materials. I don't know why torches went in here. I guess they're wireable? Material plus wireable? But gel's a material. Why did gel go in? It's because it's fucking ammo. It's because it's fucking ammo. It's because it's ammo. Sand is ammo. The only ammo that I have in any of my chests is sand. It quick stacked here because gel is also ammo. You might as well just have a button in your inventory that just says throw all my shit in nearby chests. I don't care where it goes. Maybe add tags to chests. I think if you're going for a quick stack to nearby chest, just literally have it just fucking dump everything in your inventory that isn't favorited. Do it at random. It makes as much sense. Does my goblin move? I haven't even made a house yet. I gotta make a house. Can you put sand in the ammo slot? You used to be able to. I don't remember if you can anymore. You guys think this will kill me? Yeah, I always put gels and stars in my ammo. Didn't kill me. What did Dig Toys hit? He hit lava again. He hit lava again. What the hell am I paying Dig Toys for? He made it 50 feet. I threw him in the flat. He threw himself in the flower chest, dude. Don't blame me for that. He wanted to be in the flower chest. Oh my god, on my wood stack. Okay, we still have enough. Hey, there's the increased spawn rates. Actually, no, that's not the increased spawn rates. We don't have the ruby robe on anymore. Okay, Tim, this house is not for you. Get blasted. Hey, Amuniminium. Snakes. Crush his skull. Does the snake from the flute actually do something? It's basically a rope that you can climb. Is his space gun modifiers his ass? Yes. Yes, I made a space gun, but because Terraria hates me and hates his players out of fucking hell, we got a negative reforge and I don't have a goblin to reforge it. So I can't do anything until my goblin shows up, so. What was the... There was some playthrough. I think it was a multiplayer world a while ago. Where I kept trying to make a silver pickaxe, and I made like 2 or 3 different pickaxes, and every one of them just had a speed decreasing reforge. And I was like going out of my way to try to get more silver, and each time it would just give me a speed decreasing reforge, and I'd be wasting like 20 minutes. Why not make another space? I didn't mind the meteorite for it. I don't want to waste 20 meteorites a lot. Does Mage still suck? Oh, I mean, these gem staffs, they were hot garbage. Not Diamond, but Sapphire? Sapphire was really bad. Yeah, Diamond's solid. Diamond's not bad. Thunder Zap was quite good. Wand Spouting and Frosting is really good. Why not Shimmer for Revo? I don't fucking know where I don't know where the fuck's the Shimmer. Where the fuck is it? I don't know where the hell it is. Yeah, go spend 20 minutes hunting around trying to find where a pool of estrogen is. Okay. Dig Toys. I'm gonna give you one more. He's gonna hit the Cryptime. Dig Toys. I'm gonna give you one more chance. please. I know how to find the shimmer, Neko Imoto, but unfortunately, I don't have anything with me that can effectively dig straight down. So there's really not any way for me to easily find the shimmer. You know, my mining speed's not that great. I don't have anything to just go down. So there's really not much I can do. Am I using a kite? I don't have a kite. Okay, well, hopefully the goblin shows up tomorrow. It's nighttime now, and we spent the entire day having no goblin. How long do we give Dig Toys? Okay. What else is in Blood Moon? Bloodthorn? Hard mode, if we get God, this feels awful to use. Just mine more. No! No. Yeah, Bloody Tear for a forced hard mode Blood Moon. Hard mode Blood Moon would be nice. It's not like we have anything better to do with our time. Space Gun's not... Could you imagine if this thing was actually firing at normal speed? This isn't bad at all for crowd control at a distance. I feel like I can... At least visually, it feels satisfying seeing the projectile size ramp up. I'm not sure how much extra damage it's dealing, especially given that we just have a damage debuff slapped to our weapon for no reason. But... Oh, the worst feeling with negative reforges is during some challenge runs. Sometimes you don't have access to the Goblin Tinkerer and you just get a bad reforge on your weapon and then you're just stuck with it and it feels awful. Although Shimmer helped with that a bit. I don't know, just get more mana? I don't have any Fallen Stars to craft mana crystals. And I'm not really sure where to get more. The ones I had, I just visited the Shimmer and threw Jester's arrows. I'm not actually sure how to get Fallen Stars. Do I need to, like, build a star cannon to, like, knock the stars out of the sky? Do I need to, like, start launching rockets to the moon to try to, like, harvest the stars when I go to them? I'm not really sure how that works. Drink mana potion? Oh, that's a good idea. I can't? I think I'm out of mana potions. I can't drink any. Like the space gun? Yeah, if the space gun wasn't firing slower than it should be, I think I would like this a lot more. It's pretty effective for crowds. The knockback really leaves a lot to be desired. It's very bad. But, I mean, it handles the Blood Moon well. How did he get in there? How did he get in there? How did he get in there? By the way, how's my, like, microphone volume level? Has it been, like, peaking or anything? I had it recorded for, like, recording audio, which isn't normally the same tone that I record streaming with. Sounds fine? Okay, that's good. But how did he get in there? There's not... Did I miss a wall? Somewhere? He couldn't have come in from here because he would have hit the nurse. He had to have spawned here. Or clipped through the wall. No, he couldn't have come in the door because he would have hit the nurse. He would have passed by the nurse. But he didn't. Good. Unless he hit her and then she healed up. That seems unlikely. That seems unlikely, because for that to happen, he would have... His initial state is going to be aggroed to me, and I was to his right. So he would have walked out here, then fallen down. He would have had to be de-aggroed, walking away, still on this platform, which doesn't happen. He'd fall through immediately. Like, it doesn't work. Hang on. No, I didn't miss any. I didn't miss any. How did he get in here? He couldn't have. Yeah, and he would have fallen in. Well, no, because there's this office block here. But he would have fallen in here, right? Unless maybe he jumped. Because if I was down here, then he would have fallen. I guess he must have come in here, jumped up like this, jumped here, hit the nurse healed herself, he comes down here and hits the merchant? That's the only thing that makes any amount of sense. But it still makes no sense. No, but fighter AI does jump. Like, if I sit here, that zombie jumped. Right. Zombies do jump, even when they're not trying to match your Y position. Sometimes guys do just jump. I'm not 100% sure why they jump, but sometimes they do just jump. And it's usually when they're coming upon like a little gap. Right? Like, that guy's gonna jump when he gets right there. You see? Even though it doesn't matter if I'm above or below him, when they go to a little cliff like that, they jump. So I guess when he got there, he must have jumped and gotten over it. This point is just blood. No. It's physically impossible for a zombie to spawn in that room. He had to get in from somewhere. Okay. We also... Oh, bloody tear. We need a shackle for magic cuffs, so that was good. It actually happened twice. The merchant was hurt originally, then got killed by a second one. Are you sure it wasn't the same one that just changed its aggro state? Because he originally would have been aggroed to... What the fuck? 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 That's not possible. That's not possible. That's not possible. But it can't... That can't happen. Did I miss a wall? No. I'll strip the room bare. There's no hammered blocks. They can't be clipping in from outside, right? No, this is fully covered with safe walls. I'm pretty sure this goes all the way up. This isn't... Yeah, fully covered with safe walls, all the way up to the ceiling. That shouldn't be possible. Did they hoik through the corner? No, there's no hammered block. You need hammered blocks to hoik through. You can't hoik through this. It's completely flat. The platform door block? Maybe that slope... No, that slope is not pushing them in. There is no way that a fighter AI enemy clipped through here because of hammered block jankiness. No way. Maybe remove the lipped wall? No, it can't be that. You can find the world you had an issue on. You had a jungle house with this problem? Nice. 3 more stars. Sharp tooth. Happen in your path to one of your cavern mob farms? I wonder if it's just a bug. There's something about this that's causing that to happen. I don't really know what. Best hurt sound? The best hurt sound is Leon in Dead by Daylight. You have a goblin yet? No. No, the night just ended. Yeah. But the question is, why? What behavior is causing this? We do have a mix of walls. We have a mix of walls. We have vertical space. We have a little divot here. At certain coordinates? I mean, the coordinate is like spawn. It's right. Hell spawns can sometimes happen in front of walls in expert mode. In the underworld? What? I did in the underworld. What was I doing? Queen bee. Queen bee? Queen bee now? Queen bee now. Take these for ease of finding things. Take mining potion, because why not? Chisel. Can't buy a kite, because I don't have a zoologist. Food. Fiberglass pole. Oasis. If movement... It couldn't have been movement. There's no way an enemy spawned outside and moved somehow to allow themselves to come in here. They had to have spawned inside the box. There's no way that setup could have allowed a zombie and a demon eye to clip through. That's not possible. 0% chance. That's not how Hoyts work. You never fixed the issue when you had it? You never figured it out? What was... Is there anything your house had in common with the house that I had there? Uneven geometry, mixed walls... To a wall behind the wooden chest above the... Yes, the entire place is covered with walls. We checked. Like the world file after this is done? Yeah, I can drop it in my server after this. Built in the sky above the jungle, nothing uneven. They spawned in the wall? That would be crazy. I've been sitting here for like 2 hours wanting to have magic cuffs, man. I want the fucking goblin to show up, please. We keep that for the cuffs. Oh, pea slime. Is this on remix? No, this is right. I'm on the surface. Oh, and of course we get Arm Stealer and not Goblin. That's great. That's great. I don't have any more open houses. Wait, no, I do. I have one more open house. We're gonna get demolitions. I can feel it in my bones that Tarnish cannot be Elden Lord. Instead of spamming walls even beyond your housing area. Okay, so you didn't have any mixed walls or anything? There wasn't a situation where you had like a seam between them? Just trying to bomb it, but I want a bomb. What if I need to blow something up? Yeah, but an attached farm shouldn't have been a thing. So it's definitely not related to a seam in the wall. Could you send me a DM on Discord with a picture of the house? Uber clips? Hey, there's a fiberglass pole. Would relogging fix it? I have no idea. It's going to be really difficult to try to replicate that behavior right now because we don't really have a way to force a blood moon to happen. And without a blood moon, NPCs are going to blow the spawn rates to nothing. Is there another one here? No, we got one. There's no way the mixed walls are what's causing it. I mean, something has to be causing it. And that is something about that room that is unique, is there is a seam. A seam between walls. What kind of walls were you using? Uber clips. Did you have any similar wall? Oh, sorry, my throat is killing me right now. Did you have any similar wall types? I was using stone, mushroom, wood, and fallen star walls. It seems like NPC spawning has a slight directional bias when selecting a tile that checks a 2x3 area, and as for the tile as well as the tile to the left is open upwards. So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. Crab. That. It would be checking a 2x3 tile, and maybe it's hitting here, and it's checking here? Is that what you're saying? And it's seeing the open tile in the 2x3 block up to the top, and that's potentially a cause? Am I understanding what you're saying correctly? Looks like a blood zombie fell out of the tile. You don't think what you're saying is the reasons? Oh, okay. Now, we can look back at it. Hold on, we can just rewind the stream. Because I'm curious. Let's see. Where is... this one? Okay. So we I need to change my window capture to this one. Live streaming. I think this gets us here. Okay. So we have. Is it? Okay. Give it a sec. So we're all the way back, like somewhere here. Okay. Let's fast forward to when the merchant died. Okay, so he's already wounded. Something has already spawned inside this house earlier that he killed. Okay. So he definitely spawned on the left. He couldn't have spawned on the right. Because the merchant was at full HP. If he spawned on the right, then he would have been attacked by the merchant. He definitely spawned to the left of the merchant. On that area. He aggroes to me. He loses aggro. He goes back there. So does it look like he fell out of a block or was he jumping? I think that's just a jump. I think he was just jumping from spawning in the corner. I think. So... Actually, I guess you guys can't really see it, but yeah. Huh. So something here is happening. I don't know what, but something. Well, that's a mystery for another time. I got no idea. This hat on. Just drink you. I'm trying to find a beehive. No luck with that yet. It always spawned on the left for you. You sent an image of where you had it. It would spawn on your dryad. Okay, thanks. Check that out later. I feel like normally you'd find a beehive by now, right? I mean, you can just DM it to me directly, Yusef. You don't have to send it in the Discord. Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. You're asking them to send an image to you, not for you. Spawning in the left corner. Did you have the same sort of, like, corner setup? You said your house was even, right? Like, it wasn't... It didn't have any weird corners like mine did. There's no piranha statue here. We just had like 8 piranhas spawn naturally in this pool. What the hell? Hey, there were some diamonds. Those are diamonds, right? They're diamonds. There is a corner, like a similar one to mine with, there's an open space, then kind of like a zigzag shape, and then... There's like a Tetris T block. Okay. Man, where are the beehives at? By the way, I'd like to point out, the Goblin Tinkerer has still not shown up, even as a temporary move-in. So that's nice. I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Oh, we found the temple before a beehive. Oh, somebody was asking earlier, about lizards spawning. We can check, but I'm 90% certain that hoiking into the temple will cause lizards to spawn. I haven't tried it current patch, I don't think, but no, I don't need to test it. I know. I'm self-assured. They didn't change that. He's no tinker, he's just a goblin thief? No, he's not a goblin thief. Of the goblins, there's what? Goblin sorcerer, goblin warrior, goblin thief, goblin piss boy, goblin warlock. I think he resonates the most. Oh, goblin archer too. I think he resonates the most. I guess he kind of does resonate the most. Honestly, none of those guys are really Goblin Tinkerer code. Goblin Archer uses a ranged weapon, and he uses a ranged weapon. Did you find something, Uberclips? You forced a Blood Moon. You saw a zombie spawn inside the wall? Just phase through it? It's the stone wall? What about the stone wall, Yusuf? Yeah, I'm curious now. Let me... I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna grab a bunch of bloody tears and maybe an enchanted sundial or bed. No, we have a bed. And we'll just try to see if we can figure out what's causing this. Because I'm really curious. Okay. So we can completely remove all of this. None of this matters. So let's make some walls so we can replace the stone walls if needed. Make sandstone brick. That should be fine. We can figure this one out. Wish I had journey mode for higher spawn rates. Actually, I could just open the world in T-edit, change it to journey mode, and then get higher spawn rates. That would save us a lot of time. No, background walls are what prevent spawns, not rooms. Having stuff there would not change anything. Yeah, I'm gonna change this in T-edit to be Journey World, so I can open it with a Journey character so that we can test this better. Much easier time replicating this in the ocean. Yeah, but I can replicate it here. It's fine. Open South Pole. It's newer than supported by T-edit because I haven't updated. The walls or lack of them cause... Enemies cannot spawn in front of walls that were placed by a player. Wait, can you change your world to Journey in T-Edit? Shit, I don't remember. Should be able to. How? Most walls? It's not a fucking coast wall. You know it's not a coast wall. That is a completely unnecessary pedantic point. Obviously, in front of these specific coast walls, enemies can spawn if they're player placed. Let's just make a new room that looks exactly like the old one. No, we didn't use bio powders. Yeah, the ocean seemed like an apt place to do it. We can go there. I'm going to build an identical room to the one that we did before. That we had. So, let's pull up a picture of that. So, it is... Assuming wall types don't matter. If they do, then we can change that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 high. Let's get flat ground. One to the side. 2 up. And then platforms. And for now, we'll just leave this as is. 3 platforms. And then, assuming block types don't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. And then we have this. We had mushroom walls. Let's grab a workbench. Mushroom walls here. Something like this. It's not exact, but it's similar. We had 1 strip of stone walls. Just 4. In the middle of the room. And then we had wood walls. What's the stream about now? We found a bug that we're trying to replicate where an enemy was able to spawn inside of a house. Now do I have a... We have a quad racer drone. Which should let us see off screen to see stuff spawning. So... it was during a blood moon. Don't know if that's important, but we'll have it happen just in case. We're on master mode. Rank up spawn rates. Wait, do I need like goggles to... Right. Okay, the problem is I can't... Hold on. I think those guys did spawn in there. But, I need to block it off to be sure. Let's turn on God mode. Kill everything here. The goggles. Yeah, right. The shape of the room specifically. They're spawning in there. They're spawning in there. What the fuck did that eye just do? Okay, they're spawning inside the wall. They're spawning inside the wall. So, my initial theory was that it's this right here. So let's get rid of that, and let's see if that stops it from happening. No, that does not stop it from happening. It's not related to that. So, what if we thicken the wall? Does this stop it? But they're still doing it. They're still doing it. They're still spawning inside the block, but they're not going inside the room because it's thicker now. Hang on. I wonder if... Here's an idea. I wonder if putting background walls in front of here will block it. Let's try that. Mob cap, yeah, we can... Yeah, that's nice. Too far from the room. Kind of drift a little. Clear out enemies. Did that guy just walk inside the room? What the fuck? Huh? What? They're spawning inside the wall. Now do it on the right. I mean, I can sit here and see if... I mean, it doesn't look like they're... But they haven't really been spawning right up against it. Okay, we'll clear out some things which will let a lot more of them spawn. And try again. It's because the wall check is fucked? Okay, so it seems like the wall check, specifically when they're spawning to the left of the wall, it looks to the left but spawns them to the... It's a left side only thing. Okay, if you're just joining now and you didn't see everything beforehand, there is currently a bug in the game where enemies are able to walk directly through walls if they're spawning to the left of them. That zombie did not... See that right there? They're just fucking jumping in. Because they're spawning inside the wall, and then they just clip inside. Okay, well, we solved that problem. Let's go kill Queen Bee. Right, we started a blood moon. That's right. I brought a bunch of bloody tears in so we could test it here. Let's go find my Goblin Tinkerer, so I no longer have to have an annoying space gun, and then we can go kill Queen Bee. Usually this never happens because spawns are massively reduced once you get NPCs. Well, they shouldn't be NPC specific. This should happen anywhere. Okay, so it can kill me. It can kill me. We can die to fall damage. It only took falling like 1,000 blocks to take 700 damage. Mouse does not have a cap on fall damage. Rest in peace, Mouse. Yeah, I think it probably happens fairly often. You just don't notice it. Grab a Tinker's Workshop. Boots. Please. Make this not suck. Okay. It doesn't have a speed. It needs to be moving to the right as well. Yeah, 2x3 space doesn't center. That makes sense. Okay, so right now, all of my blocks, all my wood is currently in here. I want that back. Make Spectre boots. I need to kill myself a lot. How many? I have 1 gravestone. I have 1 gravestone. I want to make a graveyard so I can craft magic cuffs. So I need to die a lot. It'll be faster to do this. Maybe fix the walls first. Still, let's get a battery. Yeah, we'll kill ourselves to the left of spawn so that enemies can't clip in. We should have negative accessory reforges. God. Can you imagine how miserable that would make the early game? What would that even be? Minus damage? Minus 20 mana? Terraria with stuff like Curse of Binding. Minus 4% luck, you're never critting again. Accessory reforges, but they just modify your luck, like the luck stat, to make you crit less. Or not crit less, get worse drop rates. Why does Magic Cups require Ectomist? Because we are in a Crimson world, and we do not have access to a Band of Star Power. The only way to craft a Band of Star Power is to take a Panic Necklace with a Mana Crystal at a Tinkerer's Workshop in a graveyard. Which is incredibly convoluted. If this was added today, it would just be a Shimmer recipe, but it's a bit older. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, I have 1 graveyard still off to the right. I didn't pick this one up. We take our panic necklace, we craft a band of star power, and then... Okay, for a second I thought it happened again, but it was just a ghost. Thunder's App was really good. That feels great. Okay. Then it's Band of Regen to make a mana regeneration band. And then it's Shackle to make magic cuffs. And I had a Shackle. It's in this slot. Magic cuffs. Okay. Now, instead of having to drink potions for losers, if we need to recover mana, we can just take damage. If we need to recover mana, there goes. I've got no mana. What the fuck am I gonna? I got nothing to do. All I have to do, walk in. Bam, mana. Bam, mana. Bam, mana. Now I got mana. Easy. Anyways, we're gonna be using the space gun. Maybe I mostly use the Thunder Zapper for Queen Bee, but Queen Bee's very easy to take some damage on from the bees. We have any NPCs he likes? No, we don't have Goblin Tinkerer. We have an Aglet? No, no Aglet. I'm not gonna need Feral Claws. Certainly not this many Feral Claws. He's not my happiest NPC. My happiest NPC is gonna be Merchant. Maybe I keep this. Keep an anklet. Doesn't hurt. Keep a Feral Claw. No, I don't need to keep a Feral Claws. Stronghold better than Meteor without Space Gun? Generally, I'd say yeah. I want one anklet. Oh, right. This guy is... He was happy. He didn't have a house, but he was happy. Let that be a life lesson to us all. I don't need an extra mouse. For a second, I was really concerned that I got rid of his house and I was just selling to him at bad prices, but... Okay. I want defense. Defense is very good. I should get my gravitation potions and go to the ocean and look for a balloon to make a yellow horseshoe balloon. What a weird bug. I'm more surprised that I just didn't notice that until then. Right? Like, how... It can't be that unusual to have just a house and be standing to the right of it, because really that was the only requirement. I mean, I guess we had to be doing a blood moon for the increased spawn rates. But... Horseshoe. Oh, we got a lucky horseshoe. This is a really tall island. It's a cloud. I also find it doesn't work for slimes. Maybe because they're smaller. Maybe people just figured the zombie opened the door since there's usually doors near the ground. I guess, but the door would be open. Hey, Jack the Pumpkin Man. Yeah, so I don't want to stream too late tonight because I've been working on that hardcore guide. And I'm like 3/4 of the way finished recording it. And I'd like to finish recording that before I go to bed tonight because I've been putting it off for ages. Okay, Star Fury, I do not want you. Get out of here. I told you never to call this number again. I don't want to see you ever again. We're done. Yeah, Demon Eyes got into her. But as for you, Celestial Magnet, fuck. Oh, thank you, Jack. If there's one thing I've always maintained, it's that addictions are great. Yeah, fuel that Terraria addiction. Don't talk to your loved ones. Just close yourself off in a room for 2 weeks playing Terraria. That's what I do. I don't leave my house. That's not true. I leave my house sometimes. I left my house today to go cut up mouse brains. They were frozen mouse brains. Because they're kind of hard to cut up non-frozen mouse brains. Kind of fleshy. What are loved ones? You get those after putting the skill point to get the capstone down the family tree. At first, you don't technically get loved ones until completing the family tree capstone. You just have people that tolerate you. Your voice is your favorite one to listen to while doing homework? I'm glad to hear that. Good luck with your homework. I imagine this is end of the semester stuff. You have like finals coming up? I finished up all my final stuff last week. Those trees are bendy. You guys ever look at those trees? They kind of bendy. The trees look like that? Grok, show me a picture of a tree. Oh my god, ChatGPT was fucking driving me crazy during the end of the semester, man. I had several classmates who were really into using ChatGPT, and it made trying to do group projects with them incredibly frustrating because you could just tell that the stuff was written by AI. There was a point, I had a small seminar style class, which is like, 12 students. It's very discussion based. It's not really based on assignments. It was like a 1 credit hour class. It was talking about glial cells in the nervous system. And at the end of the class, the professor divided us into groups of 3 to talk about what we wanted to see in the neuroscience field going forward. Like what kind of technological advancements or like research focuses or things like that. She wanted us to think about it and talk to each other about what we wanted to see. And I was in a group with 2 other people, and one of them was completely checked out. It was like the end of the semester. He had absolutely zero interest in talking about anything. So he basically just like straight up was just like, look, man, it's the end of the semester. I don't want to have any discussions. I just want to sit here. I have a headache. Okay, fair enough. I've been there. Other person was a girl who literally put the prompt into it wasn't even ChatGPT. It was Google. It was Google's AI, and you're getting like the AI overview from Google. Whatever, is it Gemini? Is that Google? I don't remember. But she was just getting the opinion from them, and basically like reading off of that very quickly, because you sound smart if you read quickly. Ben Shapiro taught me that one. And going like, this is all the things we should focus on going forward. We should fucking try to get better imaging technology to see inside of the brain. So, okay, my natural response. So, like, how well do you want to see inside the brain? And we gotta see. And we can't see in super fine, we gotta see in super fine detail. Okay, but like, you're reading off of a fucking AI overview of just like summing up random things that it scraped off the web as potential improvements, but you don't understand. It doesn't understand any of the reasoning behind that. You don't understand any of the reasoning behind that. You're just fucking saying things. And then I say things, and I can tell that in the conversation she's having with me, she's just typing what I'm saying into fucking Google Gemini and then reading off whatever Gemini says as a response. Tuition's like $70,000 a year. I go to one of the top 10 universities in the country. The fuck? And then in another class, I had a partner. We were making a table, right? Call it WS instantly. It just wasn't worth it. Like, it was the kind of situation where it's incredibly low stakes, and I had better things to do with my life than try to do that. But yeah, so we had to write a paper, and this was meant to be like a faux, like, replica of a scientific manuscript, right? It's 15 pages, bunch of figures. We collected data, we need to format that data, and so on. And we're making a table, and we're going over it, and we're trying to decide what things to include in it, how to revise it, and we're going through, and one of my classmates literally tells my other lab partner, have you considered putting the table into ChatGPT and having it do the work for you? And my lab mate just didn't respond. And then about 30 seconds later, he just asks again, have you ever tried using ChatGPT? It's really good for things like this. And my lab mate's just like, no, I hadn't considered that. And it was... I don't hate that student. Like, he's my lab partner. I've been with him this semester. He's not a bad person. I don't hate him. But the entire semester, like, he's always on ChatGPT. He was one of the people that when Sam Altman back in like February changed ChatGPT to be less friendly, said that Sam Altman was ruining ChatGPT because it used to be friendly and now it's not. He would ask ChatGPT for advice on what to do in social situations. I would see it over his corner, which I can empathize with, right? Socially awkward person, but, you know, ChatGPT's not the place. He's not a therapist. He wouldn't really pay attention in class, so I'd always have to stay like 15 minutes late in class, finishing the experiments. It's exhausting. He might be an AI dater. It's just sad. It's more sad than anything. Like, it's not the sort of situation where it's like, oh yeah, I really got one over on him and really showed him what's what. Like, it's just sad. AI psychosis. AI psychosis is a sensationalized term. There are much better ways to refer to it. AI psychosis makes it sound like something that it's not. AI-induced psychotic states, which isn't really a thing. But people do have, I remember I was at a potpourri, and someone was presenting their research about how AI could have really detrimental effects on particularly vulnerable populations. Which some people watching the stream might fall within that category, so I'll just say it in case someone needs to hear it. ChatGPT is not your friend. ChatGPT is not a substitute for a real friend. ChatGPT might treat you better than some of your friends. Sometimes your friends might push back. Sometimes people in real life will not just be a sycophant and tell you whatever you want to hear. AI is not actually a friendship. It is just telling you whatever it thinks you want to hear as the next sentence it is generating. It's not thinking. All it's doing is running a bunch of calculations to try to figure out what it thinks you want to hear as the next sentence. It is not a place for medical advice. Do not forego going to a doctor or a therapist. There have been cases of people being encouraged to commit suicide by ChatGPT and avoid seeking out help or treatment because it just tells them what they want to hear and they want to hurt themselves, and ChatGPT will support that. There have been situations where people will avoid medical treatment that need it because ChatGPT is suggesting things and is encouraging them to ignore their symptoms. It's trained off of Redditors. AI based itself on the internet average. If you're in any minority, you're not represented by AI. AI should be nothing more than for killing time with random junk, nothing else. No, there are... It is a mistake to say that there is nothing good that can possibly come from AI. Right, that it has absolutely no usages. It's not useful for regular everyday situations. I think generative AI has very little use, but there are things that it can do and can do fairly well. For instance, if you're trying to get into a field that you're not super experienced with, maybe you're coding for the first time, having AI to be able to sit there and help debug your code, you can look through it and have it point out different things that you've done incorrectly. I remember when I was learning Python for MRI coding, or an MRI class, because you have to do a lot of stuff with like Neurodesk. Like that was very helpful, being able to go to ChatGPT at 11 p.m. and just say, hey, I wrote this code, it doesn't work, can you identify why? And then not having to wait for office hours for a professor or things like that. Like that kind of stuff can be helpful. But that is not the kind of thing that it's being used for. You've done that with some of your mod items? Yeah, and it's not restricted to that field. There have been things where I know people have had a lot of success using AI models to try to detect diseases, I think. Looking at scans as opposed to people interpreting it. I don't know exactly how robust that is, but I have heard reports of that. I know I've heard people bring it up as a potential therapy or treatment for social isolation, right? As you get old, as a human, right, you are going to get isolated because your friend groups are going to die. And that isolation is associated with negative mental health outcomes and general quality of life as you age. If you age and all of your social circles are dying out and you have nothing to talk to, your brain starts to atrophy more and you tend to have a worse outlook in life. I've heard people bring up a possibility of seeing if that can substitute for that socialization among people who don't have social groups and can't really go out to make them because they're physically disabled or things like that. That's potentially the inverse of what we were talking about earlier, but potentially a valid like medical usage for it. Right? I don't know if that's research is still ongoing as to whether or not that's a thing, but it's a potential proposed solution. But like image generation, using it for essays and stuff, neural nets are pretty powerful. Yeah, like AlexNet back in the early 2010s gave us a lot of stuff about vision. But it is very restricted to vision, and even then, those networks are really... Have you seen how massive that queen bee in the jungle isn't? No, I haven't. I've heard about it, though. I want big toys in the game now. There are some valid reasons, but the LLM needs to actually function properly first without hallucinating. Yeah, it's... I'm not saying that it's perfect at doing any of these things, but there are possible uses, and I think the issue with saying that AI has no uses and is completely useless is that it makes people who are already predisposed to the AI tech bros, the people who are super into AI and are trying to do AI everything, whatever. People like that will just dismiss you as being an idiot, and you will never get through to them and trying to explain the problems with AI. Because they're like, of course it's not useless. I can use it for X and X and X. And so you're obviously just a dumbass that doesn't understand what it's good for. You're making yourself the straw man. Yeah, yeah. And while it can definitely feel like that sometimes, it's usually more effective for like talking to people who might like AI or might have had things with AI that they've done in the past that worked. If you take a standpoint more like that. Okay, we don't have that much money, but we'll see what we can get. AI is not like chess, is not new, like chess bots can be considered AI. When we're talking about AI, it's kind of a buzzword. We're really talking about generative AI, things like ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini. AI itself has no meaning. There is no artificial intelligence. There is no intelligence in ChatGPT or in Gemini or whatever. They're not intelligent at all. AI is just the word used to describe it to lay people as something that makes sense. But it has no fundamental understanding. There's no intelligence going on. When someone defends generative AI, hit them with a chat GPT counter. This it's funnier to me to say Grok. I don't know what it is. Grok is just a funnier word. It's kind of expensive. AI is so broad a term. A Pac-Man ghost is considered AI. In the literal sense of the word, artificial intelligence. And particularly when it comes to these things, there can be misconceptions. But there's no intelligence in artificial intelligence. It's basically just a mathematical model that is trying to predict. It's trying to be fucking Joseph Joestar and predict what the correct thing to say is based on scraping a bunch of information, weighting it in various ways, and just assigning a value to different things, and then coming up with the one that is the most likely to be correct based on its parameters. And sell a bunch of these life crystals. Don't need this Crimtane now either. If I can get a good reforge on this. Man. If I can get a good reforge on it, it would last for the whole game. For the most part. We don't need these. Oh, I forgot to... That's fine. We'll just keep the cuffs. Hey, Tubbsy. Apparently hope links can clip into the right side of a house if you're trying to... We figured out the weird spawning issues? Yes. Yes. It was because enemies were spawning inside of the wall because it doesn't check... positions correctly. Man, I'd really like... That's fine. We can just go with that. We've got Bass Statue. Let's grab one of those. Grab these. Never use similar items ever again. Let's get some potion buffs. We still haven't found a beehive, but I'm sure we could find one pretty easily. Iron skin. We don't need mana regen because we have magic cuffs. We should be fine. Any tips for your get fixed boy playthrough? You exclusively play medium core and you're thinking to go in melee. You haven't played melee in years. Okay, get fixed boy melee on legendary mode. So like the highest difficulty, master mode. Yes. Okay. So legendary mode increases the contact damage of enemies considerably, but it doesn't increase their projectile damage. That means it's going to be very difficult to play melee if you are using any weapon with low range. You really need to use melee weapons that have some kind of range, with a couple of specific exceptions with enemies that don't scale their damage. Like Plantera's second phase, Eye of Cthulhu second phase. For the most part, you're probably going to want to use weapons that have some kind of range, like Flamerang, High Five, Knight's Edge, and not stuff that's super low range, just because you just die really, really quickly if you're trying to use anything that doesn't have range. Especially in hard mode, you'll be taking hundreds of damage per hit. Is Mandible Blade still OP? Yeah, Mandible Blade's really good right now. Stylish Scissors are also really good. I would definitely recommend if you can find a stylist, get Stylish Scissors. Yo-yos feel great in hard mode with the addition of I haven't played with the magic string, but that's potentially a good idea. Okay, anything else we want for Queen Bee? We still have to find a beehive, of course, but I'm sure we can manage that. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh yeah, I could make a magic power potion. I don't have... I do have Deathweed. Yeah, make a magic power potion. I'm missing Demon Scythe. Magic regen? No, no, no. We have magic cuffs for that. Oh, food. Food. That's right. So after the pumpkin pie nerf, I think the next best source of food is just fishing in the desert. We've got an oasis right next to spawn, so... Using life force potions from lava layer, gold chest with shadow chest loot. Yes. You are correct. You can also cook critters? Yes, but cooked critters don't really give medium food buffs. I want medium buffs. Everything you fish up in an oasis gives a medium buff, and the plentiful catch is a medium buff. Fuck you. Well, oysters, but you don't cook oysters. And long range weapons ASAP? More or less, yeah. Jungle is everywhere? Not really. Yeah, jungle's not really everywhere in Get Fixed Boy. There are a lot of hives throughout the place, and there's a lot of jungle, but there's definitely a lot of not jungle too. Let's see. Early game... If you get a Thorn Chakram, that's really good. I can't think of anything right now. This is fine. Okay. Well, we have an angler, so... Might as well. Okay, and then we want a cooking pot. Wait. Do you make sashimi with flounder? Yes, you make sashimi. Alright. This is all fine. Put this stuff away. Got a couple mana potions, so that's good. Sort out our inventory a little bit. This in here. These can go in here. We want this with us. Crate potions, not really going to be useful, but we'll keep it in here. Keep the conch, get you out of here. And, let me get some more wood on the way. Okay, and I'm gonna get these staffs out of here. These aren't useful anymore. Okay. Much better. Light's Bane is pretty good. Also, Star Fury. Getting a Star Fury is really, really difficult. Blade of Grass is good. Just because it has a lot of range in front of it. A lot of reach. Good at keeping enemies at bay. I mean, we've explored a lot of the underground jungle. It can't be that hard to find a hive. But I wanted wood. I mean, it's still time-consuming to do that, Yusuf. Oh, I guess another piece of advice, very, very important one, especially if you're playing medium core, prioritize setting up pylons. With how dangerous the world is, you need to have an easy way to get back to places. So always prioritize setting up pylons. You can set one up on the ocean. Just build over the ocean far enough away that it doesn't count as the corrupted biome anymore. Or throw down some dynamite at the sand. I already trashed a Star Fury. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Person, I did not trash a Star Fury I got before. I trashed 2 Star Furies that I got before. Come on, let's not downplay my achievements. You guys think if we just... Another cloud slime. How... I can't even check how many cloud slimes I've killed, but I'm pretty sure it's like 15. If only we had big toys. Or small toys. After changing your pylons work in 1.4.5, how often you find yourself using teleporters and I mean, I didn't use teleporters that often outside of cheesing stuff before. 1.4.5? I mean, the pylon changes didn't really change very much to me. Yeah. Cloud slimes are your new favorite slime? I just wish they didn't show up so much. Traveling merchant. What could he have that's useful for a mage? Zappinator? He could have a Zappinator. We really should check him. Mystic Robe. Well, it's gonna matter that much. But I suppose it's worth doing a Zappinator check. So do beehives exist? Have there been any confirmed sightings of beehives ever? I thought bees lived in houses. That's how it worked in the Bee Movie. Yes, fairy, show me to the nearest beehive. Oh. Well, thanks. This is actually really helpful. Find the merchant. What you got? He got me for a moment. For a moment, I saw a white gun-shaped object. And I thought the traveling merchant was actually selling something useful. You suppose you could shoot him with that same revolver? Yeah, I need a traveling merchant voodoo doll. The B-movie is not a valid source of information? Okay, the intro of the B-movie said that according to all known laws of aviation, there should be no way that a bee should be able to fly, but the bee does fly anyway. So are you implying that a bee does not fly? Or do they have some kind of hovering technology? Do they have like gravity thrusters underneath them to allow them to defy the laws of physics? Beat Medusa today, most fun Terraria boss of all time? I'm surprised you think that. I don't particularly like Medusa. I think she's way too much HP and too much of an arena check. What would be the best NPC to make a death as flashy as possible? I feel like the painter could sell it. Yeah. There's something about the painter. Maybe it's because he's Italian. Mario. I've always wanted Mario to have a graphic death scene. Like, in... what was that old game? Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games in, like, 2012. I really wish that, like, Sonic just bludgeoned Mario with a golf club. But the developers were cowards and didn't want to do that. Hey, Min. The live stream's going to be ending soon, unfortunately. I'm going to fight Queen Bee and then probably call it there because it's getting a bit late. We've been live for like 5 hours, but thanks for stopping by. My logic is fallacy? My logic's not fallacy. My logic is malicy. As in it's... I'm going to chase here. This is a very cozy beehive. You don't normally see all this. Big Ass Hive? I'm a fan of Big Ass Hive. Malice, famous corruption trip. There's not a yo-yo called the Malice. Is that what the corruption yo-yo is? I've literally never made the corruption yo-yo. I didn't think it was called Malice. Is it called Malice? Hang on, I gotta look this up. Malaise. Okay, malaise. Malaise. That makes more sense. There's no way there was an item called the Malice that flew under my radar. My logic is mayonnaise. You know, I used to not really be much of a mayonnaise believer, but I've turned around on mayonnaise. I think the problem was the mayonnaise I had in the past was like... What's the name of the popular mayonnaise brand? Miracle Whip? I wanted to call it Cool Whip, but it's not Cool Whip. Cool Whip's not mayonnaise, I hope. But yeah, I don't like Miracle Whip, but I like mayonnaise. Wasn't like Hyman? Where? Okay. We've got Thunder Zapper, we've got Space Gun, we've got Magic Cuffs, we've got the will to live and the will to triumph over evil. Queen Bee is evil because she is different. Hang on. Get this down too. How do you read chat second monitor? Yeah, I've got a second monitor. Actually, it's very obvious a lot of the times that I die, but I spend a lot of time not looking at the game. It's part of why I tend to have a bad track record playing hardcore, because I usually just end up looking at chat and then dying. Okay, we want a bee gun. That's the goal. Thunder Zap was very good. This is a really good weapon. For a underground desert weapon, being able to take on Queen Bee very comfortably, is a very respectable performance. I would consider this to be, honestly, pretty similar to a boomstick. It's not anywhere near as good as a boomstick because the boomstick is way more versatile. You have to be spec'd into Mage and doing things, but this is taking care of Queen Bee way better than a boomstick would be. Boomstick does pretty poorly against Queen Bee because we're scaling defense. Whereas this is still hitting for 30. Late Queen Bee HP. That's quite good. Okay. We get a bee gun? No, we get bee's knees. We do get a bee mount, though. Okay. We can afford to kill her a couple more times. Mr. Mana cost from 6 to 7. Didn't they buff the Thunder Zapper otherwise, or am I forgetting? They did something to Mage. Like, in the update after that, didn't... Hang on. Yeah, damage in... Okay. I'm pretty sure they did something besides just the mana cost in the update after the one where they did the mana cost. Our magic power is gonna wear off, but that's fine. We need some water. Okay, well, thankfully, Abeeminations are super easy to craft, so let's make another one. Do you think your video is a major influence for the devs' focus on Mage rebalancing? I don't think I am the only person who noticed that Mage was kind of underwhelming, but I do think that the current viewpoint that Mage is kind of underwhelming, especially in the early game, was probably driven by the video that I made talking about how Mage is really underwhelming in the early game. I mean, it's not like the gem staffs being bad is something new. Like, that's something that people have known for a really long time. And early game has always been a pain point for Mage. One of the main reasons it's a pain point has nothing to do with the gem staffs. It's just the fact that Mage has to do something that no class, aside from maybe Summoner, has to do, which is find a way to accumulate some other resource before they can do anything. Right? Like, Summoner kind of has to get summon slots, which is usually just like a flinks for a coat, in order to really be doing much early game. Mage can't do anything without mana bonuses. Like, you need to find a jungle hat, you need to get fallen stars, you need to... I'd say you need to get a band of star power, but it's fucking 20 max mana, it's nothing. And otherwise you just can't do anything. Right? That's one of the reasons that Mage gem staffs feel so bad, is... right, you get a gem staff at the beginning of the game, it costs a lot of mana, it doesn't do that much damage, and you can fire it 7 times, 3 times. If you're still on 20 max mana and you get a bad mana cost reforge, it's not going to kill the enemy you're fighting. You're not going to get more mana to drop, and then you're just you're just stuck in a really bad spot. Yeah, Wand of Sprouting is such a clutch weapon, because you can just use it. Another bee's knees, unfortunate. Let's try again. Yeah, the Wand of Spoken going down to, well, it's on 2 mana now, but with a robe going down to 1 mana cost is a godsend. Like, at the beginning of this playthrough, the only reason things were tolerable is because we found a Wand of Spoken. If we didn't have a Wand of Spoken, it would have been so bad. We would have been just stuck with the Sapphire Staff trying to get, I suppose, a Thunder Zapper. We just would have had to rush it a lot more, and we would have been a lot less effective on crowds. And our mana cost issues would have been pronounced a lot. Mage is also so much more potion reliant than every other class. Like, you have like 3 options when playing Mage. Firstly, you need a way to recover mana when playing Mage. And the most effective ways of recovering mana are using potions, whether they be mana potions off of the quick mana bind or a mana flower, or a mana regeneration potion. Mana regeneration potion is very popular. Mana flower is very popular. Magic cuffs are less popular. I like magic cuffs. That's what we're using right now, is magic cuffs in combination with the stars that Queen Bee drops. Bosses with a lot of minions, you can often just get stars naturally like this. But we're fine on mana because we get hit sometimes where basically it tops itself on mana. But yeah, I like the magic cuffs because we don't really have to worry about our mana here. We can just get hit. It gets more effective later in the game when you can stack more defense because it gives you the mana equal. Like here, where mana's running a little low. She hits us a couple times. Mana's fine. We don't lose anything. Can I get a bee gun? Beekeeper? Okay, I'll do one more. But I think after that we'll call it. Because that's the point where I run out of hive. And those are the summons I can make. Unfortunately, there's no other way for me to get hive. The fact that magic power doesn't immediately make Mage instantly a top class is crazy to you. Yeah, I've always assumed that magic power is intended to be compensation for mana sickness, right? Where mana sickness reduces your damage, magic power increases your damage, and the two kind of even out. I need to get hit more because she's just not summoning bees. So, what do they do to hive? You need a hive wand to place hive. You get that from Queen Bee. Queen Bee, I need you to hit me. I need your bees. I need your bees to hit me. She's not summoning bees, so we can't just take hits from the bees or have the bees drop stars. Yeah, you need a hive wand to place hive. People say they turned it into a melee weapon now? The hive wand? No, the hive wand's not a weapon. Okay. Pay attention here. Eat my food again. When spawn clipping a Herpling can apparently clip not just to the right, but downwards as well, so you need to have some very specific tiles to prevent them clipping. Huh. The whole spawn clipping situation is just super cursed. Alright, she's almost dead. Just showed the loudest thunderbolt of all time. You thought an earthquake was gonna kill you? B-gun? No. Unfortunate. Okay, well, I think I'll call the stream there for today. I'd like to continue this. We can go through end of pre-hard mode, early hard mode. Probably tomorrow. I should be fine tomorrow. 97 beehive. Jeez. Let's sit back. Let's make some money. You. Queen bee's really good for money. Bee mates, bee wax, bee trophy. It's what, 58 gold off 4 kills? That's not bad at all. Hive wands too. The spawn clipping is why things keep getting you killed in your medium core tunnel. It's specifically enemies spawning in a situation like this where you are to the right and there is a 1 block wide wall. Enemies can spawn here inside of the wall, clip inside of it, and then walk inside. So if you have a situation like this, where normally they should not be able to spawn in here because of the background walls, they can spawn inside the wall and clip inside specifically on the left side, except Herplings seem to be able to do it on the right. I haven't seen that one, but that's what's being reported. I'll probably make a note about that to Relogic, let them know. Because that's very silly. It's the exact situation for your tunnel? Then yeah, might have been what was happening. Okay, we can get rid of these safts of regrowth. Okay, well, that was a solid 5 hours. I'll see you guys later. Hope you guys have a nice night. Which town NPC do I hate the most?